presentation. And although we are a lot of people, the room is so huge that it still seems like everyone is so small. I could see some people were trying to hide in the back seats, but they came forward. That's very appreciated. Yeah, it's going to be a long day. Later on, you get an introduction to the different sessions. Now it's my pleasure to welcome our first welcome speaker for today, Roland Dahm. He was one of the initiators also of, and someone who was also supporting that the annual conference happened in Bonn. One of the early EFI Bonn supporters as well. And he's working for the Ministry of Agriculture and Consumer Protection at the state of North Rhine-Westphalia in the Department of Forestry, Timber Hunting and Fisheries. And he has a background in forestry, and he has been with the state forest since several years, actually 1987. And he has also worked in the US, Poland, and for the EU Commission. And that's why he's also so passionate about international forest policy as well as international forest science. He has been at the EFI board, a board member, and now he's the chair of EFI's Bioregions facility. So, dear old friend of EFI, Roland, you have the floor.
Yes, I don't know. Thank you very much. Is it okay? Okay, yeah. Thank you very much. As Gesh just told my curriculum vitae, I remember I was working at some place close to here more than 30 years ago, and we went to the students' cafeteria for lunch, and at that time was considered in a student magazine as the worst cafeteria in all university cities in Germany, and they were really right. I hope it improved today. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, friends, colleagues and foresters, on behalf of my minister, some of you will meet tomorrow, and speaking as well on behalf of your local host, which is the State Forest Enterprise of North Rhine-Westphalia, and on behalf of the main sponsors of this event, which is the federal government, Stephen is over there, and my minister, I'd like to give you a warm welcome to this scientific seminar. I hope you keep this annual conference in good memory and still enjoy it today and tomorrow. Multifunctional sustainable forestry has long been the basic principle of our forest management in our state and in Germany, of course. This already is expressed in Article 1 of our Forestry Act. In it, we have adopted the Helsinki definition from forest focus almost word for word. Of course, I must emphasize at this point that the principle of forest sustainability has applied in Germany since the time of Hans von Carlowitz, since the early 18th century. Maybe some of you know this name. However, since the forest quiz we had in Sardinia at the annual conference, the older people in the room might remember, I know that Hans von Carlowitz was not the inventor of this term, but merely a clumsy plagiarist of forestry sustainability. First, it was written down in a monastery in Alsace in France around the year 1000. So, as you can see, you can improve your general knowledge if you are connected to EFI. That's I really like, of course. After all, von Carlowitz popularized this term, and since that, it's spread out through the forestry world and beyond. Everybody's talking about sustainability these days, and it became the basic for all forestry activities. I see integrated forest management, the overall motto of this seminar and the annual conference, as a further development, or let's say specification of the concept of multifunctional forestry. The demands on forests and their management have become much greater in recent years, and not just in terms of the changed framework condition due to climate change and the biodiversity crisis, for example. An increasingly urbanized and at the same time interested society sometimes takes a very critical view on forestry, especially in a state like ours. Another contributing factor to this is that an unfortunately successful author that unfortunately successful publication convey a false image of the forest and the forest science. I have to mention this. The most successful author in Germany regarding forestry, who repeatedly causes us problems in the public eye, whose name I won't mention, but the Germans will know who I'm talking about, is nicknamed in forest community Forest Trump, which means a multimillionaire who works with alternative facts and incites hatred against those who think differently. So it's remarkable how difficult it is to combat the nonsense he is spreading, despite clear scientific evidence that he is wrong. Back to the topic. IFM offers the approach of bringing together the different and sometimes contradictory goals that are pursued in the forest in the best possible way, I think. Our basic approach in our state to forest managers is one of integration rather than separation. Of course, that does not rule out the possibility of completely discontinuing management in special cases, for example, in our national park. That's natural. In principle, however, we see segregative elements in the forest only as an expression of multifunctional, it as integrative forest management. Integrated forest management is of particular importance in North Rhine-Westphalia, since the very high proportion of privately owned forests, about 65%, the high population density, the high concentration of timber industry, especially in the eastern part of the state, and the diverse and particularly strong interest in the forest that create a special starting point compared to other German and European states and countries. Within the framework of our strategy, for example, the forest climate adaptation strategy, the forest strategy under development, our concepts of silviculture and reforestation, an instrument like the very popular internet portal Forest Info North Rhine-Westphalia, integrated forest management approaches are recommended, particularly with regard to the selection of tree species, in some cases also with regard to habitat structures and succession proportions. The training courses we offer for foresters and forest owners also include aspects of integrated forest management. For example, the Machteloscope sites, also located in Bonn, but on the other side, where we don't go tomorrow. You will therefore see example how it can be achieved on the field trip on Friday. Since the establishment of the ESI office in Bonn, the state of North Rhine-Westphalia, the Ministry of Agriculture, and our state forest enterprise have cooperated with each other in many ways on the topic of integrated forest management. North Rhine-Westphalia is particularly involved in the European Integrate Network and also has commissioned and financed an additional project on silviculture training, including a nationwide specialist workshop in Bonn. Projects and meetings were held at the regional office in Bonn, and it's also planned that EFI Bonn will be involved in the advisory capacity in the preparation of the North Rhine-Westphalia forest strategy, which is currently being drawn up and also includes aspects of integrated forest management, of course. One of the outstanding examples of the transfer of scientific findings into practical implementation, as well as a fantastic example for good cooperation between EFI and us, is a superb project, Gesche, I have to name Gesche, which is in which North Rhine-Westphalia is the only forestry administration involved. You will hear and see tomorrow several times these days how extensive the damage to our forests has become as a result of the storms, drought, and bark beetle invasion of recent years, and how much effort is required to restore these forests. Superb can provide valuable information as we are focusing on our demo sites on the reforestation of spruce calamity areas. We lost about 50% of the whole stock of spruce in our area, and more than 15% of our forest area is gone through these calamities. The aim is to establish site-appropriate mixed stands to ensure long-term forest conservation and forest ecosystem services in the face of global change. Another very good example I really like, and it's worth mentioning, is a Forest project, a forest extension network it's called, which also runs under EFI supervision or control. Here too, Germany is the only German member. In the federal state with the most private forest, advising forest owners, one of the most important tasks of the state forestry administration. Learning and exchanging ideas with similar players in other countries is an ongoing task for us. That's why we are here actually. And forests offer extremely interesting opportunity in this respect. Last but not least, and I come to the end, as a current chair of the EFI Bioregions facility, I must of course also mention this institution. We have already done a lot of work together here and driven things forward in the field of forest-based bioeconomy. We can be very proud of that as a state. So I wish you a very successful seminar today. Have a lot of fun. Enjoy during the lunch break the nice weather we surprisingly have. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Roland, for this very nice and engaging speech. Not sure if everyone is now looking forward to lunch anymore after what you've mentioned. For those who don't know him yet, probably everyone knows him, but I'm still going to make the effort to briefly introduce Bernhard Wolfslehner. He's the head of EFI's governance program, and he has also like Roland, long years of experience, in his case in research, obviously, research on sustainable forest management, and among other tasks, he's the leader of the EFI Forest Europe team, and he's also the head of the secretariat of the Integrate network. Bernhard, you said I should make it short. That was hopefully fulfilled.
Thank you, Gesche. Yes, I have to catch up a couple of minutes. So first, a warm welcome. Robert said he doesn't want to talk anymore, so it's my role also to open this scientific seminar from the side of EFI. First, of course, a big thanks, because a scientific seminar and an annual conference is always a collaboration. So thanks to our host here from the very difficult Ministry of Agriculture and Consumer Protection of the state of North Rhine-Westphalia. So I think it was a very good cooperation to organize this. Of course, then also thanks to the German Ministry for Agriculture for their continuous support, and I think we all will see this today, seen this in the last month and years. So without this support, EFI Bonn wouldn't be as flowerful as it is now. And of course also to colleagues from Uni Bonn, where we are here in these premises. So I think good signal that it's not a one-man, a one-institution show, but it's really a signal from the network. Good, but my job is here now to set the scene a bit. Integrated forest management, yeah, I think it's been quite a prominent thing now. And then our question, of course, is it something new? So is it the new panacea for forest management, or is it just old wine? And we give it a little bit of new conceptual thinking or new names. And some principles where we see IFM sort of connoted is first to bridging the two major assets that we have in forests. On the one hand, of course, the production, the natural resource that we need for a transition towards a climate-neutral bioeconomy. And on the other hand, of course, these constant claims, and they are right in their excess, the claims towards forests on green infrastructure and on safeguarding essential ecosystem services, most notably, of course, biodiversity. So I think we had these discussions over decades, and now I think it's coming back, and IFM is a sort of concept that really wants to bridge this. Also, we find ourselves again in more ideological debates again. And I think it's fair to see how to overcome these barriers. And then it's about concepts. Yesterday we had a long discussions in the afternoon, and we discussed also about we have plenitude of different concepts out there, and we need to find out where's the family of these concepts, how can they work together, and many of those are really synergetic, and this I think we have to identify. And then, of course, we're called to bring innovation to the forest management, and the forest sector normally is not known to be overly innovative, but in times of high uncertainty and big changes, we need this innovation capacity to come up with concepts and approaches that are, on the one hand, broadly applicable, but also regionally flexible. So this one-size-fits-all solution we will not find anywhere in Europe, so this is really the call also for IFM. So, and this leads also how can IFM then contribute to the adaptation of forests. So, a big task, a complex task, and this is why we dedicated a whole day today to hear about these different dimensions and from different angles how to solve issues related to IFM. We started with a puzzle, and it very much also came, of course, directly from the forest practice, from forest management. So how to work with microhabitats, how to work with biodiversity elements, how to integrate this in the standard forest management. So there's been a lot of forest management on the ground about silviculture. But of course, we found out during the course of dealing with integrated forest management, and most notably also in the Integrate network, which has been founded, I think, some 8 years ago, that it's much more than just looking at forest management practices, which is important, but we have to look at this whole triangle of research, practice, and policy making. And if you know the vision of EFI, you can imagine that this is at the very core of our self-understanding. So bridging these different dimensions, bringing these aspects together and bringing the players together. And this is why we're here. And this is a very colorful constitution here. And then, of course, what we're now working on, and don't be afraid of the spider, it's rather about the network, is that we need to expand this. So speaking and talking in our own bubbles will not be enough. This is not the idea of integrated forest management. So we have to expand, we have to listen to others, and we have to work together in bringing things forward to a new dimension. So what's in for integrated forest management? I took maybe something that's always a wise trick is I had a look at the policy brief that was designed in the rather very onset of the Integrate network, and it's always fair to see what has been concluded a couple of years back ago and to see whether this is still valid. We will find out today to a certain extent. So on the one hand, we see how integrated forest management is able to respond to these accelerating impacts of climate change. So this is the overarching topic for all our considerations in forestry. Then on the other hand, what is the policy environment? That is the policy framework flexible enough to allow for something that's more expanding, that's building opportunities instead of barriers. Then forest management is not only about nature, it's about people. So what is the motivation? How can we emphasize motivation to change things and to adopt new strategies? And what is needed to sort of activate forest owners, forest managers for a new form of forest management? And this, of course, means involving people. As I said, not only the forest managers, but all the stakeholders around. This is nothing new. But integrated forest management, of course, wants to bring it on a consolidated level. So this is important. I think we are all experienced enough to have experienced a lot of the stakeholder interactions and processes. So in integrated forest management, we are called upon to bring this to a next level. And just one example is the newly started Transform It project that we are coordinating, where we exactly try to do this in a coordination support action to bring these different stakeholders really on one table and see how we can create a co-creation towards more integrated forest management. And then, of course, I mean, the very call towards EFI is investing into this science policy practice interface, which allows for mutual learning on both management and biodiversity protection conservation. So in the end, I think Roland also mentioned this, very interesting. We somehow have to redefine also the concept of multifunctionality, which is a very important paradigm in European forestry as compared to other regions of the world where there's a stronger segregation. So this is something where we really have a strong claim to proceed. So I don't repeat the key questions. So basically, just to summarize, and this will also relate to our program for today, we want to have different panels with a different focus. So on the one hand, what is the scientific state of the art, which will be the part one. Then we look at what is the policy arena where we're dealing with IFM. So we have invited different panelists to really sort of cover the whole bandwidth of aspects here. Then, of course, we have to look into forest management and forest management practices. And then, as I said, it's about people, it's about networks. So basically, we want to round the whole scientific seminar up also listening to their perspectives. So in the end, there are multiple ways of problem solving. We will not solve everything today, but it's an important step to really also create this awareness about this multidimensional approach. With some of these ways of problem solving, we started already yesterday. So first we had a workshop, then we had an extraordinary dinner. And then we have to see whether we can avoid the worst case with more frictional problem solving. But I'm pretty confident that we will at least make one leap forward today. And I wish us all, to be honest, a very fruitful scientific seminar. So let's find out today. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. And now I would like to ask Elisabeth to the floor.
Thank you. I'm taking over from Gesche here now, so I think the mic still works. So, welcome also from my side to the scientific seminar, and welcome to the first session on integrative forest management, the scientific perspective, which I have the pleasure of moderating today. So my name is Elisabeth Schatzdorfer. Some of you may recall me as Elisabeth Pötzelsberger. I'm principal scientist here at the resilience program in Bonn, and on temporary leave as head of the resilience program at the EFI after my recent maternity leave. The evolution of this scientific concept of integrative forest management and related concepts like close to nature or closer to nature forest management, and also their implementation and application in policy and practice I've been following now for several years, amongst others as previous head of the Secretariat of the Integrate Network. And that's why I'm now very happy to introduce to you the first keynote speaker of today, Professor Jürgen Bauhus. Jürgen Bauhus is a professor of silviculture at the University of Freiburg in Germany, and he's a world-class expert and a highly cited researcher working on the topics of natural dynamics and management, of the structure and composition of forests, of the ecological function of biodiversity, and the adaptation of forests to global change. So many of you will certainly know Jürgen, maybe as a most skillful research partner in your research projects, or as a chairperson of the German Scientific Advisory Board for Forest Policy, or even from TV or other public appearances where he's the calm voice focusing on the facts around very prominent and highly debated issues like forest disturbances, forest restoration, and the role of active forest management in the adaptation of forests to climate change. So I think we are now all ears when Jürgen will speak about the potentials and pitfalls of protecting biodiversity through integrative forest management. The floor is yours, Jürgen.
Yeah, thank you very much for the nice introduction, Elisabeth, and also for the opportunity to speak here to this wonderful audience. Not so sure about the calm voice. Today it's certainly a rough voice, and that doesn't have to do with last night, which was a very nice night indeed, but with the cold that's coming on. So I hope it holds for the next half hour. I've put the logo of the Transform It project here with the title of my presentation, which seems to be quite distorted in terms of colors. I hope that doesn't continue. Just to advertise also for this project, of which we are part, has been mentioned already yesterday. It's about transformation of forest management for multiple ecosystem services and nature conservation through the integrative approach. But what I'm presenting here today are really my views. The potential that integrated or integrative forest management holds is that we assume that it helps us to tackle multiple crises in relation to some of the SDG goals that are presented here by these icons, to conserve biodiversity through the life on land, provide important other services such as clean water provision, 70% of catchments globally and also in our region from which we receive drinking water are forested, the responsible consumption through the renewable resource wood, and of course the important climate mitigation action. And what we have seen, in particular in recent years, is that we have large tracts of forest that are obviously not suited to provide these important ecosystem services, as epitomized here by the large dieback of spruce forests in the Harz Mountains in Germany. And of course, our hope is that through other forests, more natural, more diverse forests, we have a higher provision of these important ecosystem services and thus achievement of the SDGs. The focus today is about conservation of biodiversity, and this is basically almost a bit of a disclaimer to make sure that we remember that forest management is only a part of that picture, what we describe here as internal drivers. When we think about forest diversity, there are also a large number of external drivers with an impact on forest biodiversity, which are not under the control of forest management, and that we need to keep those screws in mind as well. I'm very sorry about the stuffed up colors, but there must be a bit of a problem with the transition from my laptop to that laptop, as sometimes happens. Let's see what comes. What I want to discuss with you today is the following: a short reflection on this use of terminology, integrated versus integrative, a proposed definition, which was already spoiled yesterday by Georg Winkel, put it up. How integrated should we be, at what scales? How can we avoid leakage effects through higher level integration? A point on landscape level coordination to achieve IFM, a little lookout on issues of IFM in relation to adaptation of forests to global change, and some research and development challenges. So most of you will have noticed that different terms are floating around: integrated versus integrative. What I'm suggesting here is not that one is right or more right or wrong than the other. I think both terms have a good purpose. I think that when we use integrative, we show that it is more of an approach rather than a condition that we have achieved already, but an attempt to get to something that we can call integrated in the end. But in many situations, we are probably still in the position where we would say we apply an integrative approach to achieve a higher level of integration eventually. And if you don't care or don't think that's important, just say IFM, and the audience can pick what you mean. How can we define it? This is the outcome of the Transform It project, where we sat down and pondered about that. This is a proposition. This definition is, of course, not set in stone, but a proposition also to the community to provide us with feedback and what you think about it. We're basically saying that IFM aims at integrating biodiversity conservation, but also global change adaptation into forest management for the sustainable provision of multiple ecosystem services. So important is here the addition of adaptation, because without adaptation, we won't be able to provide ecosystem services in the way we need them in the future. It's guided by natural and diverse forest structures, compositions and dynamics to support ecosystem functioning and resilience. Its management practices consistently consider tree, stand, and landscape scale, so multiple scales, and employ different silvicultural intensities. And I think that is important too. We've heard already about the families of approaches from closer to nature forest management, continuous cover forestry, retention forestry, and so on. We believe that our definition should encompass all of these approaches. And they should include unintentionally or intentionally unmanaged, not unintentionally managed, forests. And we believe that it should be able to be applied to all kinds of forests. Oh, this is horrible. Anyway, when I was a few decades younger, my perspective on this integration of different objectives, as you can see by the circles with different colors above there, was that with decreasing spatial scale, it becomes actually more difficult to integrate them, and that we have increasing conflicts. So that's the triangle on the left side. And this increasing conflict is epitomized here by the overlap between these triangles. I think I've come to change my view to that right triangle, because I think that there are many examples where it is actually quite possible and achievable to reconcile management objectives at the local scale. However, they may actually not be scalable to the higher scales. But also at the high scales, we have seemingly very contradictory and conflicting objectives, as we see currently in the discussion about the role of forests in climate mitigation, where we have many sectors that require woody biomass to reduce their climate footprint, and at the same time we require from forests that they shouldn't release that biomass to store carbon in the forest. So if we want to find truly integrated approaches for the optimal provision of ecosystem services, then we need to find solutions and combinations that also use integrative as well as segregative approaches across these scales and across different sectors. When we look at integration or integrative versus segregative approaches for the protection of biodiversity, then I think the current thinking of this is well captured in this book chapter by Bollmann and colleagues, A Unifying Framework for the Conservation of Biodiversity in Multifunctional European Forests, where you see here, well, that doesn't work either, on the bottom, these different axes of integration and segregation, and on the top of this table, the different conservation instruments, from very integrative, such as structural retention or deadwood, to very segregative national park and strict forest reserves, and basically what they achieve for, here the lines in the table, processes and attributes that contribute to biodiversity conservation, from ecological resilience to habitat mosaics. And the size of the circles show the sort of importance or the contribution of these instruments. And you quickly see that to achieve a good performance for these different processes and attributes, we actually do need all these different scales, simply for conservation. And we've seen already an example of a mosaic in Bernhard's introduction. This is a different drawing that was the basis for also a figure in this publication on closer to nature forest management, an EFI Science to Policy report that shows how we may imagine this mosaic to work, where we have these segregative elements such as the strict forest reserves, the dark green circle, which serve as habitat for large populations of species that require these habitats from which they can also then disseminate into the forest matrix. We need early successional patches of forest, the light green, and then these habitat tree groups, these sprinkles there of dots and sticks, so habitat trees and dead woods, to facilitate also migration and dissemination of species to maintain metapopulations within the forest. The one thing that's added here, also to this previous table, you see in the bottom right corner, we also see patches of intensively managed forests as part of an integrative approach, a segregative element that supports an integrative approach, which is basically part of a triad framework. And I'll come back to that. What we haven't discussed really here so far is what the approaches to forest management are in this matrix, yeah? Basically the green in the background of this figure. And this is where these different families of approaches come into place, closer to nature forest management, etc. And there's been a very nice review recently, to which I want to alert you here, that has discussed how we achieve good outcomes for multi-taxon biodiversity in European forests by colleagues here from Göttingen and Frankfurt. And they basically, in their review, put the following findings forward. First of all, they emphasize that we have weaknesses in our evidence base from the research, because a lot of research has not been or has been carried out at the local level and focusing on alpha diversity at the stand level, but not really considering the landscape level diversity, the diversity that comes through having heterogeneous patches to generate landscape level biodiversity, alpha diversity. They also say that the indicators that have been used are inadequate, because quite often they have focused on just one taxonomic group, birds or lichens, but have not really considered multi-taxa indicators, which often paint a very different picture, where we see that through certain measures, some taxa are promoted, but others are disadvantaged. And they say that as a result, many management recommendations are really only based on weak evidence. They come to the conclusion that an all-in-one inclusive system does not exist to provide both sustainable wood supply and biodiversity, but that we need combinations of different biodiversity-friendly management systems to best approach an increase in stand and landscape level heterogeneity. And in their publication, you find this nice diagram that shows these gradients on the x-axis of vertical heterogeneity in structure and horizontal on the y-axis heterogeneity in grain size, which can be achieved through different sizes of canopy openings and also different intensities of sort of removals, thinning, and so on. And in the past, this family of what we've called integrative forest management approaches have been very much in that corner of this distribution of approaches that generate the heterogeneity. So I think that for the application of integrative approaches, the approaches in this corner will probably also in future make up the majority and the backbone, but to really achieve the heterogeneity that we require, we also need approaches that are outside of this red circled area. I'll skip that one. So we have seen that we really need also segregative approaches. And I've mentioned the triad approach, which is based on the three elements that are depicted here. Strict reserves, which we need for certain elements of biodiversity. A matrix that's managed in integrative fashion, here closer to nature forests as an example, but also some forms of intensively managed forests to compensate for the less extensive management in the landscape. And the idea is that you can have different degrees of these. This ruler that is depicted here can be shifted to that side or that side. So if you have more natural forests, you need more compensating areas through more intensively managed forests. It sounds easy. When you see what's happening, I would say that we're at the moment shifting certainly to more reserves. The policies under the EU biodiversity strategies are promoting that. In the remaining area, we want more integrated forms of forest management, and we want less plantations. So somehow we haven't understood these principles, obviously. And that can lead to unintended side effects, which are basically depicted here by work from colleagues from the Thünen Institute in Hamburg that have calculated or developed scenarios based on their global wood market models. And the scenario they've put forward here is 10% of the area in strict reserves, 30% protected areas, which is required under the biodiversity strategy, and protection of all growth forests. And in this scenario, they arrive at a reduced production of roundwood of 42% in 2050, and assume that 73% of that reduction would be met by increased imports from other countries, which are depicted here in this figure. So not 100% is compensated, but 73%, so they assume there is a reduction in also consumption. And this study of leakage has been followed up also by a recent study from this group using an indicator framework that shows what happens in these countries from which more wood is being sourced. And they find that the basically transfer of roundwood production to these countries happens in countries with, on average, lower governance quality, whatever that means, political awareness, forest coverage, and less sustainable forest management. And these countries also have more natural habitats, more intact forest landscapes, but higher risks of species extinctions and less protected areas. So a clear, basically, leakage effect of our biodiversity conservation policies. And if you ask me, that cannot or should not be the outcome of integrative forest management. So to me, integrative means that we integrate also the consequences of our policies domestically and don't offload them. The results of this modeling are, of course, strongly shaped by the assumptions underpinning these scenarios, and that may or may not be as extreme as has been put forward here, but we should be aware of the potential that this can happen. When we think of the options that we have here, this is basically a back-of-the-envelope calculation. Recently, we had in the EU 6% of strict reserves, 4.5% of plantations. If we increase the area of strict reserves to 10%, to compensate that with plantations that grow on average 15 cubic meters per hectare, basically we would have to increase our plantations to 6%. That's not much. It's also showing that we have actually an instrument that is quite strong, but it also means that we have a little bit less of integration in the conventional sense in the rest of the landscape. Or we increase our imports as depicted, or reduce our consumption, but I think that only makes sense if we have products that are more sustainable than the wood that we use. Otherwise, that would also be an undesirable outcome. I hear quite often, I heard that also yesterday, also from people here in this group, I don't think that plantations are forests and so on. I would caution you that we should not demonize plantations. I think we need them, for this particular purpose, to afford more conservation in other areas. And it also puts forward the question how we achieve that in the European landscape, where we have very different patterns of forest ownership. Here you see the percent of forest land in private ownership, and the public is basically the reverse of that. And so the role of public forests to compensate also for what is happening on private land may change quite dramatically in future, and we need to be flexible in that regard. I think what we will see with progressing climate change, and we see it already, is tremendous extensification in many forests, where municipalities and communities withdraw from active management because it becomes too costly. And so there will be lots more positive biodiversity outcomes from this extensification. And the discussion of public forests has often been, it must be exemplary with regards to having the highest achievement in terms of biodiversity conservation. But the role of public forests may have to become more diverse, perhaps, in terms of what is exemplary to achieve overall integrative outcomes. A few words on adaptation. And I'm not talking about adaptation of forestry and society, but just adaptation within forests here. I think my colleagues Putman and Messier put that challenge quite nicely here in this figure, where on the left side we see this two-dimensional space of structure and composition with the current condition of forests. And the pale gray is possible future forests or possible conditions of the forest at the moment, and desirable is the dark gray space. And these vectors depict options for the future. And adaptation, sort of moving along this green arrow, basically means increasing the options for the future that keep us in this dark gray area. And they say that this could happen, for example, through the promotion of functional diversity of ecosystem components, promotion of interactions within and between hierarchical levels, and promotion of self-organization of ecosystems. And with regards to IFM, I think tree species choices, variation in management intensities, canopy openings, and the reliance on natural processes are key issues here to achieve this. And with regards to IFM, one point that we really need to look at is the reliance on natural processes, which has many positives. For example, the natural selection, the development or panning out of epigenetic processes, and so on. But it can also mean maladaptation. What you see here on the left is the relationship between the proportion of beech in the canopy and the proportion of beech in advanced regeneration from the previous National Forest Inventory in Germany. And there should be a red line, it's a one-to-one line, and you see that even where we have relatively low proportion of beech, we have very high proportion of it in the regeneration layer. Casting shade that doesn't permit other species to actually increase the diversity. And what we see in the landscape here is on the right, stands where old beech trees die, with 100% regeneration of beech underneath, where you would think that where the old trees die back, we may need future options. And that's what people do then. Yeah? They cut back the beech regeneration to actually plant other species. And the question is whether we can achieve that perhaps in a smarter way. The other big questions and hotly debated is the use of non-native tree species. It's often a very black and white discussion, with Elisabeth is very familiar with. But I think that the information that we have to have a really solid discussion is often a bit misguided. We use it sort of as a black and white. We compare biodiversity in a beech old-growth forest with a Douglas fir plantation. Well, that's not a very exciting question, is it, in terms of outcome? The kind of research that I think that we need is depicted here in a nice study by a PhD student here of University of Freiburg that really looks at what proportion, for example, of a non-native species can we afford if we integrate it into our forest. And that's depicted here in the gradient that you see there, reaching from pure beech forest to pure Douglas fir, but also with intermittent stages. And he looked at the impact on ground vegetation. Again, you need to do that for multiple taxa. And he finds, and this is a picture here of non-metric multidimensional scaling, basically distinct communities across this gradient, but finds that below 40 to 50%, you don't have strong changes in the community composition. So we are able to actually develop thresholds where we can say, a certain degree of this species is tolerable before we see undesired changes. Yeah. And I think that's the kind of research that we need. Talking about research and development challenges, as has been put forward by this review, I think we need more information really on the effectiveness of integrated conservation instruments, more information on also the interactive effects of different forest management approaches at that landscape level. So basically lift that or move that research also up to the landscape level. That's why we need good indicators to capture these responses, and that's what also Transform It is trying to look at. Of course, we're not only interested in what's happening in the forest, but also how effective policies and governance instruments are to actually affect the changes that we want to see in the forest. As I've shown, we need to know more about biodiversity-friendly adaptation options, for example, tree species choice, but also effective mechanisms or effective landscape-level coordination across ownership. I think this is something that is a great deficit in Europe, that we don't have this effective landscape-level coordination, but we need that not only for integrative forest management, but also for the other challenges that we are facing, for example, with the nature restoration law, which could also be part of integrative forest management, or where it could play a role. And last but not least, a development challenge, the financial support for the transformation. I think it is clear that the financial support for payment for ecosystem services from forests would be a real game changer for integrated forest management. And we have seen steps in that direction, for example, in Germany, through a program that's been put on by the federal government, 900 million euro for 5 years, a climate adaptation package where that is required. But when we see the current crises that are more and more also resulting in budget crises in different countries, I see the prospect for a systematic payment for ecosystem services dwindling, which is quite sad. Let me come to the conclusion. So I think that integrated forest management requires combinations of forest management or silvicultural systems and conservation measures to achieve habitat heterogeneity, both at the local and the landscape scale. IFM requires combinations of integrative and segregative approaches. I think that is something we need to grasp to achieve objectives and avoid unintended leakage effects. And maybe you can take that line home with you. IFM requires IMF. Yeah? And IMF is the intensively managed forests. And finding sustainable solutions requires the identification of synergies, trade-offs, conflicts to develop coherent and integrated policy and governance and management approaches across scale. And it's been said before, no one size fits all. I think one of the real strengths of the approach is that it forces us to talk together, to find solutions. And one can probably express it in a more positive way than forces, provides a platform and so on. But I really mean, if we subscribe to the integrative approach, we need to sit together to find these solutions. And that, of course, has the potential that develop solutions that are societally more widely accepted. And I think that's the great potential. And I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Jürgen, for this excellent, comprehensive, top-level scientific view on integrative forest management. For the sake of time, we will pause the questions until later. Jürgen, you stay with me. You take your seat over here. Thank you. And I want to directly continue now with the panel discussion. And it's my great pleasure to invite to the stage now the next panelist, which is Dr. Agatha Konsal, who works at Wageningen University in the research group on forest and nature conservation policy. And she's also a dear former colleague of us at EFI. She holds a PhD in social and cultural anthropology. Here why this is so important in this debate today. Agatha's main research interest is in the perception, understanding, and use of forests by different social groups and the interpretations of nature protection approaches. So I would like to start already with the first question to you, and this will be the same question to all of the panelists. Where does your research particularly challenge, expand, or underpin the concept of integrative forest management? A short introductory statement, Agatha, please.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. Can you hear me? Okay, great. Thank you very much for the introduction, and thank you also for the kind invitation. So my link to IFM, and I will go with IFM to not engage too much with the discussion on the terminology, it's via people. So as Elizabeth already mentioned, together with colleagues, we are mostly interested in research on drivers for IFM. So we work with different stakeholders, with policymakers, decision makers, forest owners, forest managers, and we try to understand why they are interested in this concept, why they engage with this concept, why they want to apply it. So we look at different social, political, but also ecological, geographical drivers for across Europe. We mostly focus on research in Europe, and why different stakeholders actually want to apply this concept in the nutshell.
Thank you very much, Agatha, for already sharing some insights into your work. So the next speaker I would like to ask on stage is Professor Adam Felton, who is a conservation ecologist at SLU in Sweden. And we also know each other from a study on old-growth forests from a few years back. And his primary research interests involve the maintenance of biodiversity and associated ecosystem services in managed forest systems. and the implication of climate change adaptation and mitigation for habitat availability and resilience. So also to you, Adam, this question. So where does your research particularly challenge, expand, or underpin the concept of integrative forest management?
Well, it's actually really nice when you see a term that kind of embraces things you've been doing for a few years, and you're going, wow, okay, we've got a nice label for things now. So I'm based in Sweden, originally Australian, and I think my work underpins IFM because I watched quite a while back as we were discussing climate change adaptation and mitigation strategies, and those strategies had the potential to take forests in all sorts of directions. Directions that could diversify the tree species, directions that could soften the disturbance regimes, directions that could enhance or diminish the forest structures that are in those forests. And so I guess I was then compelled to look at solutions or obstacles to solutions which either had a better balance between biodiversity and climate change adaptation and ecosystem services, and those and having strong trade-offs between those outcomes. So yeah, I think it's nice to feel that you're well at home here looking at this IFM kind of approach. So yeah, directly relevant, underpins, I'd say.
Thank you very much, Adam. And now the final fourth panelist for today is, so now I lost my notes here. Here he is, Professor Andreas Riegling. He's a professor of forest growth and global change at the ETH in Zurich. And he also worked before for several years as head of the research unit on forest dynamics at the WSL. And in his work, he focuses on the resilience of forest ecosystems to biotic and abiotic stress factors, on natural disturbances, and also on the impact of past land use on today's forests. So, Andy, the well-known question also to you.
Well, one focus of my research during the past 30 years was climate change impact on forest ecosystems. And there we focused mainly on extreme sites as the upper and the northern tree line, in the Alps, in mountain systems, and in Siberia. And on the other side also on the drought-induced lower tree line, where drought is limiting tree growth. One focus was always the climatic extreme years because they are triggers for change in a very broad sense. We also see them as early response areas for climate change. And then there was 2018, 2019, 20, 22, 23. And these was really a game changer. So these years, mortality was not anymore restricted or predominantly restricted to the extreme sites. That means it really affected non-extreme temperate forests. And it became obvious that diversity is an important key to increase the resilience. So this was the game changer, and then there was an eye-opener, and that was the publication of Daniel Kraus and Frank Krumm, because they, in 2013, and they suggested integrated forest management as a measure to promote diversity in managed forests. And this gave me then the opportunity to link these two things together. That means my research on resilience of forests in extreme environment, in extreme years, as an important basis for integrated forest management. So that's my link.
Thank you very much also now, Andreas. So now we will have a couple of questions that I prepared for our dear panelists. And yeah, so Jürgen has introduced integrative or integrated forest management as, I think, a very convincing or attractive concept with really high potential to respond to major questions that we have these days in practice and policy. But you have also shown some key open questions with regards to how to properly plan and monitor sustainability of this approach across different scales and across the breadth of ecosystem services. But policy is very clear. We need to act now. So EU countries, for example, are now required under the new nature restoration legislation to draft within the next 2 years their national restoration plans, and in parallel start implementing already restoration measures to be on time to reach the overall 2030 goals. But based on the understanding that the transition to a more biodiversity-friendly forest management can play a key role in restoration, and this is, I think, an understanding that we also share in this superb project that has been mentioned before by Roland Dahmen, so where we focus on forest restoration. My question to Jürgen would be, how is integrative forest management suited to guide the development of the national restoration plans? What concrete recommendations do you have from science to policy for these national restoration plans?
Big question, Elisabeth. I think that in the nature restoration law, we basically have, first of all, a focus on Natura 2000 ecosystems, where the emphasis of restoration shall be. So those in poor condition should be uplifted to favorable conditions. And there we see that sort of where Natura 2000 forests have been actively managed in the past, this has typically been done by integrative approaches to actually maintain or improve habitat. There are countries, of course, where N2000 sites have been taken out of management altogether, not to run into any issues, but in other countries, integrative approaches have been used, retention forestry approaches have been used there. So I think it is quite helpful to also achieve restoration. And when you see sort of recent figures, at least I can say that for Germany, the condition has actually improved in N2000 sites. That's what the new National Forest Inventory will show. I think the bigger question is, what is the long-term reference that we want to use for nature restoration? Because we can't just look back to Natura 2000 and assume that we will be able to maintain these habitats, these communities in these places everywhere. No, there may be sites where that is possible, but there are also many sites where that is not possible. So the backward look will not help us. So we need to define shared visions of where we want to go with nature restoration. So it's actually not restoration, it's pre-storation. Looking forward and accommodating also for climate change. And the integrative approach can help us, in particular, if we are able to develop good governance instruments to bring these different societal visions together to develop these references. And the references should be characterized by the kind of ecosystem services that we want from these restored areas, and the kind of biodiversity that we want to conserve there. So it really goes into the direction of novel ecosystems, and the novel ecosystems that we will undoubtedly have will have to move away from the Natura 2000 reference. And IFM can help us to design these novel ecosystems.
Thank you very much, Jürgen. You have used some very interesting terms now, like shared vision and novel ecosystems, which I think are some, particularly novel ecosystems, are some trigger words for some groups of people. So I would like to continue with a question to Agatha. So how suited do you think is integrative forest management to develop this shared vision and to close the divide between the worldviews, we can say, they are of conservationists and the forestry world. So where on the one hand, they are calling for large-scale protection of forests in response to the seemingly very dire situation of forests, and on the other hand, where people are united in the viewpoint that it is indispensable that the majority of European forests are actively managed for production purposes. So how do you think countries could make use of this concept of integrative forest management for again developing the national restoration plans in an inclusive manner as it is required by the law, where also the needs of local communities and stakeholders shall be considered?
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. I don't think, can you hear me? Yeah. How much time do I have? This is also a very complex but a very important question. I think the fact that we are here already today, and also yesterday we already started discussion on IFM, and we have very different people who are interested in this discussion and they want to join the discussion. Yesterday we had a network of the networks meeting, bringing different people, different networks with different perspective into the dialogue on the IFM. And I think it's just to start on the positive note. But I think we still have a lot of work to do with IFM concept to really use it as this mitigating concept or as a concept that can help us to close the gap between the worldviews on the forestry. And it very much links to what Jürgen said during his keynote today. We need to think about scales. It really depends on what kind of scale we want to use this concept for the dialogue with the society. And starting with the policy, I think it was also mentioned by Georg Winkel in his keynote during the Network of the Networks meeting that we really see the polarization. Also, you mentioned that, Elizabeth, that we have parts of the society, but also groups that really push for the strict protection. And then we have push from the different part of society that thinks that we should focus on intensification. And I think to really manage this societal debates, we need to think about political solution, maybe even on the EU level. We need to implement IFM discussion in the follow-ups in this, as I called it, EU green turn. If we talk about biodiversity strategy, if we talk about forestry strategy, if we talk about nature restoration law, mentioned by you also, we need to think how we can implement discussion about IFM there already, to start this discussion already on the policy level. And I think it's very important to remember that we have a third silos we keep forgetting. It's a climate change silos. And I think this discussion can reshuffle the arguments on the both sides. On the side supporting strict protection, on the side supporting intensification. So I think there is no come back to business as usual in the time of climate change. So we need to rethink our arguments on the policy level. But I also want to mention IFM as a tool for mitigating different worldviews on the local level. And I think this is where the nature restoration law and its implementation comes hand in hand with IFM. Because for practitioners, for forest managers, for forest owners, IFM needs to be seen as a useful concept, as applicable concept that they really apply in their daily management, also to mitigate this different social expectation. Because in the end, the concepts, they need to be applied by someone. And for practitioners, this is really important that they see this as useful, applicable in their local situation. In our research, we also see a new wave of forest-related conflicts, especially after COVID pandemic. We see a lot of local but very vocal conflicts around forests close to cities, around very small forest complexes where society is against, for example, harvesting or cutting this forest. And in this kind of situation, IFM can be a tool for these forest managers who need to come up with the solution. What I can do, how I can mitigate this different expectation towards forest from different groups of society. And then nature restoration law and the implementation of the nature restoration law can provide this platform for dialogue, how to actually we can do it together, how we actually can talk about trade-offs. Because I think it's important for society to understand that there's no win-win situation. We keep talking about win-win, everyone can win. In the climate change, we need to talk about trade-offs. And I think IFM is the concept that can help us to focus on the best trade-offs that we can do for society and forests.
Thank you very much, Agatha, for also again highlighting some very important points. Again, we are, acting in times of global change, but still we need to have recommendations for the practitioners or guidelines that is really, and concepts that are really applicable. So my question to Adam now would be, despite these knowledge gaps that we have still that allow us to properly plan and monitor the success, is it feasible also for practitioners to have to define concrete conservation and biodiversity objectives under integrative forest management, or for the time being, is it rather advisable to focus on guidance of the adaptive nature of the concept of integrative forest management?
I think you can define concrete goals, especially when, I think your goal is going to change depending, of course, on the scale at which you're talking. I think as you work your way up in scale, it becomes easier, I think, for example, county levels or regional levels to be able to say, look, we have this target, for example, to reduce these species on the red list that seem to be on the red list due specifically to forest management practices. So in other words, integrated forest management is not the goal, it's the tool to achieve goals, right? So if you've got at higher, it was interesting, we were talking about this potential for increasing synergies as you work your way up in scale. It'd be really interesting to actually tease out all the things that change depending on the scale at which you go up or down, right? So if you're working your way up in scale, then you can actually have the goals based specifically around the responses and the changing conservation status of species on the red list. So you can have concrete goals when you get up there. What that means is that the higher level gives you synergies, easier levels for synergies, but it also gives you higher levels of responsibility, because you're now at the scale at which you have to be hitting particular targets for the species themselves. As you work your way down, then perhaps you can have concrete goals with respect to those indicators that we may be using. Certain amounts of dead wood, certain tree species composition, certain disturbance regimes. So I think you can have concrete goals, but the nature of those goals will shift as you work your way up and down these spatial grains.
Thank you very much, Adam, also for this very important, look into this issue of scale and responsibilities and goals, how the nature of these can change over the scales. I have now a question to Andreas, and also this has to do a bit with scale, the scale of and severity of natural disturbances. So what is actually the potential of integrative forest management to deal with this increasing risk of forest disturbances? Is there a special leverage with this concept to deal with this increased risk?
Yeah, well, if you look back in the past years, decades, and if you also consider the scenarios for the future, it is clear there is no way for any forest management concept to avoid disturbances. I think we need to consider it, and that's also, that means part of the concept of IFM. So IFM is guided and is based, and I read now our definition, so it's based and guided by natural and diverse forest structures, compositions, and also by natural dynamics. And in the natural dynamics, of course, the disturbances are part of it. So that means we need to include it, and we need to use this to support the ecosystem functioning and the resilience. I think that's part of the concept. So how does it work? Well, it's relatively trivial. So because diverse and natural structures, and also Jürgen mentioned this before, on these different spatial scales, from the stand to the landscape level, that means we need to use them, means to, on the one side, reduce the risk, but I think more important, to reduce the implications, the negative implications of disturbances to our forests. And there, diversity plays an important role. And so that's why I come to the second point in this respect. That means disturbances, they need to be part of the integrated forest management concepts. So we need to be, and I think that's very important. That means before we had these huge disturbances, the discussion about integrated forest management was not very fast. That means the people hesitated to change something in their behavior because there was not really a pressing need. And there were these disturbances, be it drought, be it bark beetle, whatever. And I think this made very clear that we need to use disturbances to initiate change in many respects. That means we can use this to change or to start changing the management concept. We can use it, of course, to start changing the species composition, to start changing the structure of the forests. I think this can be really of use. Of course, it is very tough for a forest owner. It can be brutal. Normally it is brutal, but on the other side, it's very efficient. So that means that disturbance can change within a very short time, and the forest structure and increase the situation for biodiversity. So I think there is no way to go around. And also what Jürgen just said before, I just made a mark on it. I think very important when we talk about changes from state A today to integrated forest management, we talk about transitions, that's your word. And transitions is very difficult. And I think disturbances, they really can play a very important role in these transitions, in speeding up the transitions. So I think we need to try to see not only the negative side of these disturbances, but also try to use them as to use them to reach our targets.
Yeah, thank you very much, Andreas. So you have emphasized that there is no way around that we integrate really a very thorough thinking about disturbances in all measures that we apply in forestry. Now, but I would still be interested, and I'm staying with you, Andreas, now. Now, times they are changing, but what is there that we can actually learn from looking through the lens of cultural or historic European land use on this concept of integrative forest management? What is there from the past that we can learn?
Well, I think Europe is really in a lucky situation because it's not only history, it's also land use in Europe is so diverse. That means it varies from region to region. It varies inside the regions, from stand to stand, even from stand to stand, from enterprise to enterprise. And I think integrated forest management, we should make use of this diversity. We should make use of this diversity, of these different approaches, and try applying integrated forest management concepts to make it even more diverse. Because diversity is really, it's very simple, but diversity is the key. We need to try to introduce or to promote in our forests. And I also think that means we need to motivate the forest owners to learn from each other. Looking at Europe, looking at, for instance, fire prevention. There is a huge experience in Southern Europe, but also in Boreal Europe. In Central Europe, not. But the scenarios for the future, they say that we must take this into account in the future so that it's clear that we need to learn from existing experiences. There are other regions in Europe where continuous co-forestry has a long tradition. In the Jura Mountains, in some regions, more than 100 years of experience how to do this. There are other regions where there is forest pasturing, has a long tradition. Forest pasturing can be a very interesting measure, even if it is in many countries not allowed anymore to have the cows and the sheep in the forest. But it can be a very interesting measure to increase biodiversity, to reduce the fire fuel. So that means, and even there, we need to perhaps also to rethink and try to look what is done in other regions. Then let's talk about coppicing. You showed this in your graph on the far right, so it was not in the red area, but coppicing with and without standards. There are still many countries in Europe where they have this tradition, where they have the know-how. And it's interesting because from a forest perspective, we transformed these old traditional forest management forms into high stand forestry. And now it's nature conservation who come and say, we want to have coppice forest or coppice with standards back because it brings light to the ground, which is important for fauna and flora. If you have also the standards, we can produce firewood, energy wood on the ground. We have the standards where we can produce also timber, of course. And we produce habitat trees, which is a lack all over in Europe. That means old trees, habitat trees. So that means we could also try to go back and look where this knowledge is still existing and try to profit from it. So there are many examples which go in this direction. And I think, of course, Jürgen showed in integrated forest management tries or should take of each of these concepts the best. This is what makes sense. And very important is Of course, we need to have overall concepts and guidelines, but we should not forget to make it applicable to the region-specific problems. And there, I think that's my last point, and I think that's really important, that we need to build on the local knowledge and on the local know-how, because of two different things. On the one side, it increases the diversity of different management approaches, and we can improve them, applying integrated forest management concepts, of course. But on the other side, if we base this IFM on the local knowledge, it makes us much easier to have a certain acceptance by the forest owner and by the forest managers, because they do not have to turn everything upside down. They can base and build on their existing experience and then reach, perhaps in a little bit slower way, but of course in a much more accepted way. I think that's extremely important, especially if we discuss this in a European context.
Thank you very much, Andreas, for this tremendously important, elaboration on, this important heritage in diverse forest management approaches that we have across Europe, and also the value of these individual decisions, but also the importance of learning from each other. And this brings me to the next question that is also related to some elements that Jürgen have shown, but the question is directed to Agatha, because Jürgen has shown that, in different regions, there is transfer and extensification of private land use or forest management on private land, and that there is the risk of then leakage effects if we don't increase management intensity in other regions, or what is basically what is legally the easier way is to increase management in public forest enterprises. So how important are public forest enterprises as a role model, and what would be the issue if indeed this would happen, that public forest enterprises were now those conducting the more intensive forest management versus private forests extensifying more and more?
Thank you very much for this question. It's a very interesting question for social scientists. To imagine actually what will happen in the society when suddenly public forest enterprises will focus on intensification. But I would like to actually start with this leakage effect, and I'm very grateful to Jürgen that he mentioned that, because I think we often forget about that if we won't change the lifestyle, if we are not going to consume less wood, someone else needs to produce this wood for us. And I think it's really important to keep that in mind and keep that in conversation. In political ecology, we use the term of shadow ecology, that actually you send it somewhere else with your shadow. Someone else needs to actually pay for your conservation's idea. And what I also would like to maybe add to this, it's the internal leakage. Because we talk EU, we talk our regulation, but we know that it does not always work everywhere so well. So when we focus on conservation areas in particular countries, on particular places, we also need to remember about monitoring this within EU to make sure that we also avoid these internal leakages within EU. And for me, what is really important is to keep together the conversation about intensification and strict protection, because in the end, both of these ideas, they need to be implemented somewhere. So somewhere we will have more strict protection, somewhere we will have more plantation. And in the end, this links very much to what Andreas said. In the end, they are practitioners, forest owners, forest managers implementing it. So we need to keep people in mind. We need to keep communities, localities where this will happen. And for me, what is also quite important is to think about patterns. They were also mentioned by Jürgen. So this extensification patterns, they are not equal among Europe. So while thinking about these patterns, we can also think about disturbances mentioned by Andreas, also about patterns of ownership and patterns of urbanization. And then we can also keep in mind where do we want to implement what. And now coming back to the first part of your question, which is very difficult. So what to do with the public forestry? And I think it's a very difficult question because we have also very different structure of public ownership across Europe. Here we heard in the morning that we have around 30% of public forests, a little bit more. We have countries in Eastern, Southeastern Europe with 85% of forest owned by state. And I think this is also important for us while thinking about intensification, if this can be done by state, to keep this landscape level, also mentioned or emphasized by Jürgen today. So if we want to shift the responsibilities, we need to always think about it on the landscape level, and it then never can be done only by state. So then we also need to bring private forest owners to this conversation. So I would not shift the responsibility towards state. I would maybe make the state responsible for opening a dialogue and planning how to do it. And that would be maybe my way out of this answer a little bit.
Sorry, I gathered that I'm coming with these very difficult questions, but I think your answers are very, very compelling. And yes, this dialogue, I think, is really indispensable. I'm now coming to the last question directly from me to the panel before I want to open the floor for questions from the audience. And this last question is directed to Adam, and it's maybe not really easier, this one, because my question is now, is integrative forest management now the silver bullet that we are all looking for, or is it rather a jack of all trades but master of none, that from a conservation perspective would again have to be complemented by other conservation approaches?
First off, and going back to Jürgen's excellent presentation, I see conservation process, it's not substituting for conservation approaches. You've got these two dials in a landscape, where you've got your production forests and your protected areas, for example, to make it really simple. And they're going to have to be balanced together in a way to hit conservation goals. So I see that's an integral part. There's the issue you raised also about a jack of all trades or a silver bullet. And something I was thinking about is that in this world of greater uncertainty and risk, maybe jack of all trades is the silver bullet. In other words, we want that variety and heterogeneity to be able to actually, that's the way we have to be managing things. Just a couple of extra points is we've been discussing this issue of leakage, and we actually wrote a paper under Francesca Rosa, was the lead author in 2023. And we raised this issue of leakage with EU policies. And what we pointed out, though, is that, of course, our hands aren't tied. We can also, for example, deal with forest-friendly trade. And for example, I used to work in FSC-certified forestry in South America, and our biggest problem was that we were competing with illegal logging, right? So trade has a massive impact on how we can actually control. Who are we? Okay, well, if there's going to be a leakage effect, well, then can we put rules in place as to who we actually buy our timber from, and what kind of requirements will we have in that regard? I'm not a policy person. I know it's complex, but maybe we've got something we can play with there. Whether or not it acts as a silver bullet is also this issue of responsibility. If we're shifting scales, who's taking the responsibility at different scales to make sure we're hitting IFM targets? And also, just one final little thing is this issue of who benefits. If we go to the landscape scale, right, so you may well find that we're hitting our targets. This happened, I mean, Sweden was capable of sustaining its wood even after massive Gudrun storms, but individual forest owners lost all their wood, right? So we need to be careful to make sure that we don't forget the fact that biodiversity does stuff. And there's a question of outsourcing. Well, it's okay, my region, we're looking after biodiversity over there, but I don't have any bilberry in my stands anymore. Or I'm losing something, a benefit that I get from biodiversity at the local scale. So it's kind of this kind of meshwork of intertwining issues, and I think it can be the silver bullet through this pattern of diversification. So, yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much for smartly finding the solution to this thing. So the silver bullet is actually, or jack of all trades is the silver bullet in these times. So now I would be very happy to also accept questions from the audience. And so how shall we do it? Can somebody? Okay, there's somebody with the mic already. And yes, please.
Yeah, good morning. I'm Hans Verkerk, Chief Scientist of EFI. Thank you very much for the presentation, Jürgen, and also for the panel for the very interesting discussions. I really liked it, but I also have one question because I was a little bit surprised. I've missed one term in all the discussion, which is climate change mitigation. I think also Bernard pointed already out there's multiple concepts around, and I think one of these concepts is also climate smart forestry, which also aims to mitigate, to increase the role of forest to climate change mitigation while protecting biodiversity, while taking into account the need to adapt to the impacts of climate change. And I think these concepts are very similar. I think when Jürgen presented the conclusions, I could just replace the word integrative forest management with climate smart forestry, and I think the slide would mostly hold still. So shouldn't we talk about the same concept here? That I think you're talking a bit more from the biodiversity perspective, whereas CSF perhaps is a little bit more on the climate change mitigation perspective, but I think there's a lot of overlap. So should we not consider these two concepts as one, or bring them together?
A very long yes.
Thanks.
Good. I think there is another question over here, since the answer was very, very sharp and clear. No need to elaborate further.
Hi, I'm Alila Hegvenen from the Confederation of European Forest Owners, and my question is mainly to Andreas. As you talked about how forest owners should learn from each other, which I find very interesting, and your idea is, I think, very, very good. But do you have already examples of practice where this actually works, or is this the same problem of knowledge transfer that we have in many places in the forestry sector?
I didn't get it. Sorry, I didn't get it. Can you repeat it a little bit louder?
Yes. So my question is about how you said that forest owners should learn from each other, which I think is a great idea. But do you have examples of like practice where this already works, or is this the same problem of knowledge transfer that we have in many places in the forestry sector?
Yeah, okay. How forest owners or forest managers should learn from each other.
And whether there is already examples.
Yeah, exactly. I think there is one very good example. That's the Integrated Network. So that's a European network. Are you familiar with it? So there is a European network of many countries supporting it, and also many, let's say, forest enterprises. And there is an active exchange every year, and there is also field visits exactly with this purpose. And on the other side, there is also a book edited by Frank Kummetal, 2020, and there is a collection of good practice examples from all over Europe, and I think that's the way to go. I think we should make the good examples also visible, and ideally you would also go there and you'll meet each other, and then to have an active exchange. And I think the Integrated Network is the perfect platform for this.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think also in the Transform It project, there will be further developed this stakeholder exchange hub or stakeholder engagement hub, but certainly the book that Andreas just mentioned is a must read. So yes, very, very good to mention this. So I see some nervous hands up there. So yes, Harald?
Thank you, Harald Mauser, European Forest Institute Liaison Office in Brussels. To that, there are the operational groups in the Innovation Partnership on Agriculture that exactly brings together practitioners in the field in different countries to deal with a specific topic, and this is supported by the Common Agricultural Policy. So there are already networks on specific issues in the field to bring together people and have a knowledge exchange between practitioners, scientists, and administrative people. So this is it, in addition to what was already mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Harald, also for this edition. Very good. So, next question. Ignacio? Yes, then it's you. Oh, here in front first? Okay, sorry. Yes, absolutely. Good, good.
Hello,
sorry,
thank
I was
you.
looking up.
Sometimes you have to choose like for what purpose you manage in the forest polygon, or in the forest level, or in the state level. So my question is, how do you define the priorities in both in the scale, in the state scale, and in the forest scale? If you create like forest master plans that define these, like what is first, biodiversity or wood production in this specific site, or recreational, or prevent erosion, or how do you, sometimes this, it's still, you have conflict between all the goals.
Yes, a tricky one.
There are obviously many different ways. I mean, very large forest owners, like a state forest or so, they can break this down from their overarching goals. They manage basically landscapes. That's relatively easy. It's difficult in landscapes where we have fragmented ownerships. For example, when I look in the southern Black Forest, where we had a landscape with 70% spruce head, with many small forest owners. And individually, from their objective, it was probably a good decision to have spruce. Collectively, they led to a state that was extremely vulnerable, and it happened. So there was that lack of landscape coordination to ensure landscape properties that we require for having adaptive, resilient, biodiverse landscapes. And I don't have a very good answer for this. One way are certainly forms of cooperative management amongst small forest owners. That typically requires also financial incentives for them to actually come together and employ professional staff to guide them. But that would be one way of making sure that the sort of pool of properties also achieves higher level goals at the landscape scale. And other ways would be to have platforms where you bring actually people together from different ownerships to subscribe to certain management goals, as is happening for Natura 2000 reserves, for example, that span across properties. So I think there are examples, but we need much more of it.
I think Adam wants
we actually have a project at the moment where we're working with individual forest owners. We have over 300,000 in southern Sweden, and so you have to be working at that scale, where traditionally the forest management plans were very much designed around stand level considerations. And what we're doing is we're going in and saying the surrounding region has these particular key habitat types that we're trying to promote. You have some aspects on your property. Would you be willing, and to what extent would you be willing to promote those attributes? So you're working with their goals, their future visions, we give them guidance, and we let them know that, hey, you've got special bits here. Are you interested in increasing them? And I think that starting dialogue is where we are now. So give us a couple of years, and hopefully we'll have a better answer.
No, I think I like this very much, Adam, what you just proposed, because it really also makes the forest owners part of a solution for a bigger problem. And I think that's really an important hook.
Yeah, absolutely. We have to remember that if those forest values are there, it might be because of their decisions, of course, in the past. So we can use them.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, good. There is more questions. Okay, several over there. First you, then Gert-Jan and Mark. So I'll have the three of them.
My name is Per Angelstam. I've been working as a professor in Integrative Forest Management at the Swedish University of Agriculture for Sciences. But after my retirement, to continue research, I moved to the Inland Norway University of Applied Sciences. But I have a background in conservation biology, and a rule of thumb is a third of a third. So essentially, this is the same as is formulated in EU and international policy, about 10 plus 20% is set aside and conservation. So this really requires segregation. But if you want to think about creating a resilient forest, you actually have to deal with the entire landscape. And then you need to integrate. So how do you accommodate these two things? And Agata, you mentioned essentially the idea of triad. We have to do different things in different places, and the challenge is to coordinate that at the landscape or regional scale. So how do you connect this term integrative forest management with the need to do both segregation and integration and make this clear?
I think what I proposed is that at a higher level, integrative means integrating these segregative elements in the landscape. Yeah? I see no other way. And the question is, of course, how does that relate, for example, to approaches that we require for adaptation? In the past, our forest reserves have been selected without any consideration of climate change. And I think in the future, we need to do that more, because we want to actually typically also preserve certain habitat types, communities, and so on. So there, we may have to look better at where in the landscape actually do we find these places where these communities may actually persist or persist for longer than in places where they are now, or where they can move to. Whereas perhaps forms of more intensive forest management, where trees also don't need to live that long, or where we have different objectives, they may be in parts of the landscape where sort of the future is less certain. And I don't mean that intensification also must just be in simple plantations. We can also put lots more trees on agricultural land, where even simple forms of forestry bring a great advantage in terms of biodiversity conservation than we have in these landscapes now.
Yeah, Andreas?
Just something to add on this concept you just described, Jürgen. That means that's this simple stepping stone concept, which I think is a very simple thing, but can really make sense because it bridges, the aim is to bridge these set-aside areas across the managed areas with deadwood islands, old-growth islands, or habitat trees. And I think that's an important measure which needs to be further developed.
So I think to be efficient also with the time, we'll have both questions now with Gert-Jan and then Mark, and maybe it can somehow be answered together. And then I think we will have to wrap it up. Oh, and yeah, Piotr, I think also wants to have a statement on the state forests. So if we can be quick, both with the questions and the answers, then we can.
Thanks, Elisabeth. I'll try to be quick, but there seems to be a notion behind a lot of what is said is that IFM will lead to less production. But it very much depends on how you do it, with which species, and it's not always trading an even-aged spruce plantation into a far less productive forest. And so I think that's with some of the papers that Jürgen referred to, that's the very simplification of what may happen. And the effects, I don't think will be that large, and it very much depends on how you do the IFM. And then the second is that it doesn't stop. IFM does not stop at the harvest. We also have to look at what we're doing with the wood at the moment. And if we do IFM, we may have to increase the efficiency of how we use wood. 20% of total harvest in Europe goes into household stoves, burning at a low efficiency. 50% of saw logs ends up as sawing losses. 50% of pulpwood ends up as black liquor, is being burned. 60–70% of the European wood is being burned very quickly. We need to increase that efficiency very much. So it's the whole chain.
Very briefly.
Yeah, maybe briefly, and then we have Mark. Yeah.
So I think if we, say, move from a spruce forest to a mixed broadleaf conifer forest, I don't think we need to see a reduction in productivity, perhaps even to the contrary. We have documented this beneficial or positive mixture effects, but integrated forest management actually means what we have shown, that you actually reserve parts of the stand for habitat trees, generation of dead wood, that you have also small segregative elements, and that's areas that you don't have anymore for production. So the productivity per se does not necessarily decrease, but the proportion of the stands that you actually use to appropriate wood, that is reduced. And I totally agree with the efficiency, but we've been saying that for decades.
Adam, you wanted to comment?
Yeah, just a quick comment. So one of the things we've seen, starting from a very intensive Norway spruce, even age monocultures, we're seeing that the addition of extra broadleaves into the stand, you can get comparable biodiversity outcomes and improved outcomes with regards to resistance to things like heterobacity and bark beetle, and also possibly windfall. So there, I agree. Mitigation requires adaptation.
Mark.
Yes. Mark Palai, 40% of our land in Europe is farmland. No? It uses around 500,000 tons of pesticides, 70 million tons of fertilizers, is 10% of the greenhouse emissions. And I think we know that is the main threat to biodiversity and ecosystem services in Europe. Talking about integrative forest management is not too segregative to address the systemic challenge we are facing of biodiversity. Should not be talking about integrative landscape management. I think if we don't address the big challenge of the way we are farming today, is a main climate and biodiversity problem, we will not address the biodiversity challenge. And sometimes I have the feeling that we are using our forests to compensate for the failure of how we are overall managing our landscapes, especially the way we farm in Europe. So I think if you take the definition that Jürgen was mentioning on integrative forest management and you change forest by landscape, I think this is the future in Europe. I think we need to start creating landscapes where you integrate agroforestry systems at the interface of forest and agriculture, and we need to really change the way we are farming in Europe. That is the main, So I think it's too segregative to talk only about forest, especially in Europe where 40% of the land is agriculture, farmers and forest owners, sometimes are the same people, and you were talking about the challenges of cooperation at the landscape level. So I think we need to start advocating for research that combines agriculture and forest. So.
Yes, Andreas.
Yeah, I think, yes, we do agree absolutely on this. And it's also part of the concept. That means that we translate this to a landscape approach, to a landscape scale. And it's not only the interface to agriculture, where the biggest problem is, but it's also the interface to water bodies, and it's the interface to urban areas. I think that's also very important. And I think that's a delicate one, because also when you think on introduced pests and diseases, then the urban areas play an important role, exactly the interface to the forests. But I think, yes.
And I think whatever answer we already have, also the countries will be very happy to take up in the development of these national restoration plans, because exactly the challenge that they are facing there. And unfortunately, in the nature restoration law, it's again been very segregated, like the different land use types. But I think only there we will really see the big synergies in all our efforts to meet the biodiversity and climate change crisis. So definitely still the question for Piotr, and then I think I don't want to keep you any longer from the coffee.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth, for the chance. Piotr Borkowski, the European State Forest Association. I would have a question, probably mainly to Jürgen, but also to other panelists. We Europeans, or European foresters, have been proud for implementing the concept of sustainable and multifunctional forestry for over 32 years now. This concept pops up from international debate, but also Forest Europe process. And then in, I guess, 2 weeks' time or so, we will have another round of the debate in the ministerial conference also to take place here close to Bonn. How far we are with the concept of integrative forest management from sustainability and multifunctional concept, which was agreed by the Forest Europe, and then what should be the message actually to the policymakers regarding the future needs? What should be the outlook, the future perspective in these regards, taking into account that actually, especially like in state forests, where we represent 30% of forest land use in the continent, we are obliged to literally implement what has been decided and incorporated into national or European legislation. Thank you.
So again, not an easy one, but yes, who wants? Jürgen, you have the final.
Well, I certainly don't see contradiction between IFM and sustainable forestry. I see IFM as an advancement on sustainable forestry, but still under that label and under that umbrella as a concrete avenue of how it can pan out and how it can develop, picking up the increased demands and aspirations that we have for forests. At the end of the day, the goal also under IFM is to provide these requests, demands, services from society. And in that sense, it's not different from any other form of sustainable forest management. So I don't really see an issue, but maybe I'm too naive.
Well, with that, thanks a lot again to our panelists. I think there has been plenty of food for thought and also for the rest of the scientific seminar, where these scientific considerations will be picked up again in the policy dimension and also for the practitioners. So please join me in giving a big hand to our panelists. And then we'll meet again after coffee shortly before, 11:30, so 11:25 or something. Okay, brilliant, thank you.
check. Yeah.
Kollege, mit dem habe ich parallel angefangen, der hat es dann weitergemacht. Der ist jetzt im Januar exmatrikuliert worden wegen Mathe. Hat jetzt quasi 200 Jahre gearbeitet. Heißt, ich hätte mir gesagt, ey, du wirst es auch nicht schaffen. Als guter Freund kann mir, du wirst es auch nicht schaffen. Hat er nicht geschafft. So, und halt in der Zeit, wo er studiert hat, ich eine Ausbildung fertig gemacht, für die jetzt geht. Ja. Und er studiert wo nichts. Ja. Und der macht sich jetzt fertig für Fitness.
Ja, ja, ja.
Nee, Sportlehrer auf Lehramt. Oh. Sportlehrer. Na gut. Aber nur Sportlehrer oder ja, einfach mit irgendeinem Fach, ich weiß nicht was sagen.
Ja.
Und leider ist der alte Italiener da, wo ich immer essen war. Corona nicht überlebt? Nee, ich glaube nicht. Ja, check.
Check.
Ja.
Ich bin in front. It can hurt nothing. Is it possible? I don't know because I am here.
Wenn ich lauter mache, dann
Don't
fängt
move.
an zu koppeln, also es geht nicht lauter.
Also people think the microphone is very late,
Yeah,
but also this microphone is.
If I put more headroom for the microphones, they will make those loud. Noises. And that's not good because we have a stream that's for that.
Probably it's me. Thank you.
Dann kriege ich, glaube ich, schlechte Laune.
So.
Check.
Hier. Ach so, und noch eine Sache.
Ja.
Das, was du meinst, ist gesehen, das ist die Lampe.
Please have a seat, oh, that is very loud. Please have a seat, everyone. Hi, Rick. Are you giving me a hug? You can use that well. I'm doing good. Yeah. Yeah.
Doing fine.
I'm also happy when it's over.
Yeah. It's it'll be a big relief. Lots of preparation.
Yeah, so much preparation. I mean, now all is fine, but like last minute things and the devil is in the details as always, you know. I'm so glad that I don't do event management all the time. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. We're starting. Okay. Yes. Now, since all the panelists are here, we can start with the second session today, where we will talk about the policy perspective on integrative forest management. And before we start with the panel, and there'll be a Q&A with all of you as well, just like the session before. So if you have any questions, be prepared to ask them around the end of the panel discussion. But before we start with the panel, we have a keynote provided by Maria Patek. We're really happy to have her. She has a forestry background, as many people here in the room, a forest engineering background to be specific. And she has worked as a top official in the Austrian public administration, focusing on natural risk, disaster reduction, on water management, forestry, of course, sustainability, and also regional policy. So she has a little bit of all, which is really nice. And she has also served as federal minister in the Ministry for Sustainability and Tourism as part of the expert cabinet from 2019 to 2020. And since August 23, she's retired. So we're even happier to have her here because she also has a lot of really nice other things to do, including also still working as a board member for the board of advisory for the environment of a listed energy company, and she's also engaged as a mentor in professional women's mentoring programs. Maria, really happy to have you. I will just leave the stage and
Thank you, Gesche, for this kind introduction. Long time ago, I was on a podium. Thank you so much for the invitation to this very important conference. And thank you also so much for yesterday's evening. It was marvelous. Thank you so much. First, I would like to say that in my role as Director General for Forestry, I made the decision for Austria to become a member of the Integrate network. And so I am very well informed of this topic. Though I'm no longer actively involved in day-to-day operations, I bring with me extensive experience in disaster risk management, as you said, water management and forestry. And having worked both on the ground and in top positions, I bring at the federal ministry, including 9 months as minister in an expert government, I have a deep understanding of both bureaucratic and political mechanisms. I have also collaborated closely with research institutions and engaged in intensive dialogues with stakeholders and citizens, and giving me insight into their perspective and intentions. Against this background, I would like to share with you my experiences and view on integrative forest management policy setup. In December 2019, when President von der Leyen introduced the European Green Deal, I was in Brussels, serving as Federal Minister for Sustainability and Tourism. I was filled with enthusiasm and hope. However, 5 years later, my view has slightly changed. To explain this shift, I would like to take you on a journey from the last century to the present, using the metaphor of a walk through the woods. With the Forest Act of 1975, sustainable forest management was firmly established in Austria. This strict law, rooted in the principle of sustainable forest management as a fundamental, multifunctional concept. This is widely accepted by forest owners and the general public. In 1993, the Ministerial Conference on the Protection of Forests in Europe, today better known as Forest Europe process, adopted general guidelines for the sustainable management of forests in Europe to facilitate the stewardship of the multiple functions of forests. And when Austria joined the EU in 1995, we were keenly interested and actively involved in shaping an EU forest policy. The first EU forestry strategy was established in 1998, and the first forest action plan was adopted in 2006. This plan resulted from strong cooperation between the Commission and the Member States, with consultations from stakeholders. However, at that time, it was not possible to establish legally binding instruments specifically for forests. To understand this, it is essential to consider the unique character of the forest sector. While I don't want to generalize, I'd like to highlight some characteristics. Approximately 60% of forest land in the EU is privately owned, often passed on through generations, with owners typically managing their assets with great care and pride, including biodiversity and nature protection. Foresters often resist more transparent and legally binding standards, as they see themselves as inherently responsible stewards of their land, thinking in tree rotation times or in generations. Having said this, it might be easier to understand why, especially the forest sector, is so repulsive to change to new legislations every few years. To modernization in general, if you like, it is a sector that thinks in decades to also protect its valuable resource, the forests, and is therefore definitely not used to bold, drastic changes. But times are changing, and the pressure from environmental advocates has grown stronger. Legally binding instruments, such as the Directive on the Conservation of Forest Habitats and of Wild Fauna and Flora, or the Directive of the Conservation of Wild Birds, began to impact foresters throughout the EU and their forest management methods. Until today, the forest community feels it reacted too late and that this marks the beginning of what many of the forestry sector felt was an imposition and even a hostile takeover. While, when looking at the agricultural sector, it was always clear that standards and guidelines go hand in hand with strong subsidies. The forest sector felt being left alone with a growing amount of regulations and facing at the same time climate change affecting their property. This brings us to today, the era of the Green Deal, which presented a significant opportunity. For decades, it has been evident and scientifically proven that climate change is accelerating due to human activities. The Green Deal was the first serious political strategy at the EU level aimed at systemic change and transformation towards a better, greener world. However, the combination of hope, pressure, enforcement, and distrust of the dominant economic system led to an overflow of initiatives and regulations in the last 5 years. Policies such as the EU Forest Strategy, the Biodiversity Strategy, LULUCF, RED III, Taxonomy, EUDR, and Restoration Law all have implications for forests. I understand from my many years in managing positions that stepping on new paths and implementing long-term strategies require leaving old systems behind. I was, and still am, convinced that strict regulations will bring change and innovation. However, at this point, I see two main issues when speaking about implementing this big strategic program from the EU. First, the program occurred without meaningful involvement from those directly affected. I saw little effort to turn those affected into participants and proponents. Instead, it felt again like a battle or hostile takeover with an air of arrogance from Brussels bureaucrats. Second, I see an implementation gap. We have on the one side this long list of enforcement acts. On the other side, countries not really knowing how to translate them into national law to enforce them without creating a bureaucratic nightmare. What is needed is a better communication with the people affected and to focus on a fast digitalization of all processes already at the EU level, as this will be the only way to simplify this manifold and sometimes overlapping regulations. Right now, I'm afraid what was once an opportunity for a new green economic deal seems to be turning into a monster of regulation. Having explained this policy setup we are dealing with at the very moment, we find ourselves today discussing a new terminology for multifunctional forestry. And I have to say, it is yet another burden. While I understand that scientific communities intend to enhance biodiversity conservation and global change adaptation in forest management, and they wish to get the environmental sector on board, I'm certain yet another definition for sustainable forest management might not lead to the results we all hope for. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Maria. I could already hear some sounds from the people on the panel while you were talking. Some nodding, some sighing, some sounds. I don't know how that's called in English. So that's going to be a really exciting panel. I'm looking forward to that. Before we start with questions and maybe also some reactions actually to, because of course we've prepared questions, but probably it's also nice for the panelists to react to your speech, which was really tackling, I think, some of the main issues, but also people on the panel might have different perspectives on that. But before we do that, I would like to introduce the panelists today, starting with Hannah, who is sitting next to Maria. Hannah Movat. She is currently working for Fern, and she has 15 years of experience in campaigning for stronger energy, climate, and forest policies in different European NGOs and think tanks. And she has been facilitating networks and has published also numerous reports and articles on finance and land rights, on carbon trading, biodiversity offsetting, this word I hate, LUCF, and negative emissions. And she has also previously worked at Friends of the Earth and the Mandan Project, and she lives in Paris, so she came from Paris to us. And she's currently working part-time at Fern because she is studying the role that conflict resolution and mediation practices can help in facilitating the environmental and social transition. So we will also pick that up in the panel. Maybe she has some ideas for us how to kind of bridge the gaps between the different needs and objectives for what to do with the forest. Then to her right, we have Marco Onida. He's working at DG Environment, the European Commission. He is a senior expert and has more than 30 years actually working with the European Commission. And I asked myself, did you start when you were 10? No. So I was like looking at your photo and I was like, oh, okay. And he is currently the head of the forest sector at DG Environment, dealing with the implementation of the EU forest strategy that was already mentioned, including the recent legislative proposal on a forest monitoring framework and also the European Commission's guidelines on sustainable forest management, which have also been mentioned in the panel before, including closer to nature forestry, primary and old growth forests. So we also talk about that and also about the different concepts. And he has also before dealt with other topics, for instance, the implementation of environmental law, waste management policy, and regional cooperation. And to his right, we have Stephen Dörr from the German Ministry of Food and Agriculture. He has a background in forest science and started his career actually as when he was working for the German Wood-Based Panel Association and the German Forest Owner Association. And since 21, he's working with the BMEL, the German Federal Ministry for Food and Agriculture, as a policy advisor on the European and also international forest policy level. And he is responsible for EU forest-related policies, and he's also representing the German interests in the Forest Europe process. There's a really big conference coming up in 2 weeks. So really grateful to have you here because we know you're really busy. And he's also a close collaborator with EFI and also involved in the Integrate network. Okay, so before we start with the panel question, and maybe that actually links to the first question, to my first question that is a bit more controversial. What are the debates and what is the kind of current issues that we're facing? And Maria touched upon some of those. So maybe we start with some reactions to Maria's talk. And I can see that Hannah is nodding and ready to get involved. So please go ahead.
It's such a pleasure to be here. Thank you so much for the invitation. Thanks, Maria, for the really thought-provoking points, which I'm sure Marco will, I mean, he's worse than a bureaucrat, he's a Eurocrat, so I mean, this is difficult. It's a really nasty one as well. He's active on Twitter if you want to follow him. I think, I mean, you raised, I mean, monster of regulation, yeah, it's easy to bash regulation, of course you'll know that in your position as a minister. And of course, regulation does create more rules and therefore more things people have to do. And I think the thing that made me pause was, what do you do when the only thing faster than the change coming from regulation is the change coming from the climate? And I think the regulatory, push that we have just seen in the last 5 years is a symptom of the fact that this sector has moved in regulatory terms very slowly in the time that you described, since 1998. And yet in that time, the climate is changing faster than any of us ever would have ever thought or believed. And I think part of it is maybe catch-up. There's a bit of catch-up happening because, of course, climate policies have been acting in every other sector, including the agricultural sector, for a very long time, in the industrial sector, and in forest policy, certainly at the EU level, much, much slower. So maybe it's partly catch-up and partly, of course, panic about the need to move faster in this changing reality. I think that's a couple of things that made me think about. Over to you, Marco.
I think you can just talk.
Yeah, it works already. Well, first of all, if you allow me, just 2 words of thank to EFI and Robert, Bernard, Gesche, everybody for having invited me. I'm really happy also about this positive approach that Robert is pushing for. So I'm really, really happy to be here. Thank you. I had the privilege of knowing Maria for many, many years when we were working together on the Alpine Convention, 2007, 2005. So it's really great to hear you, and of course with the experience you had. Of course, I don't agree on everything, but it's maybe a way of expressing things. I would say 2 things, not to be too long. What you said is very true of the difference between agriculture and forest, because agriculture, we have a financial, 1/3 of the EU budget, and forest, you said it's left alone. I would just make a slight, consideration that the money for forest is there from the EU budget, but actually the member states decided not to use it. The uptake of the EU funds for forests in the previous PAC was 15%. And then the member states decided to renationalize the common agricultural policy. So in the current PAC, it depends on the CAP strategic plans. And although we've been recommending countries to use the money for forests, many countries did not. So that I think it's important to put also the responsibility of the member states. And then the second thing I wanted to say is, again, as Hannah said, easy to talk about monsters of regulation. I think that, and I've been years ago involved in the car sector. It was far more controversial. In the end, if the regulation is credible, it does have, as Maria said, a positive impact. The importance is that the regulation, it must be logical, credible, consistent, okay? That I completely agree with. So I wouldn't call it monster of regulation. I find it a bit paradoxical that countries who voted for and discussed for 2 years on the regulation on UDR, now the same countries that voted for it question it. I mean, sorry, where were the countries when the declaration was negotiated? So that is difficult to address this at Brussels. It's actually, Europe is all of us. Europe is all of us. It starts from the capitals. Of course, there is a big part in Brussels, and then just one tiny thing. I think that we have to be careful when we introduce new definitions, new terminologies. And I have a little bit of, I don't want to be at all polemic, but do we need the term integrative forest management? I mean, we have this slide that was shown this morning by Jürgen, and actually comes from Bo Larsen. It doesn't talk about the integrative forest management. It talks about the difference between segregation and integration, and that the term was closer to nature forestry. It was actually put forward by the Commission as what you would consider integrative forest management. We call it closer, not close, but closer to nature forestry. It's moving from segregation to integration. And I think, and that comes from the policy level. It's been accepted. So now putting integrative forest management, I think it confuses. But okay, we may discuss about that. But I think that we shouldn't have a proliferation of definitions as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just as a quick response before Stephen can say something. It's really funny because the whole event is about integrative forest management, and now the party pooper comes and says the terminology sucks. That's cool. Okay, I love that. Okay, so we will follow up on that later. Okay, I think we have to pick up on the terminology as well, because to me, at least, it means a little bit more than closer to nature forestry, but we can discuss that later. Please, Stephen, you can respond first.
Yeah, thank you.
That's great.
Thank you, Maria, for the introductory speech, which I mostly agree with, and but also you can tell here already by the discussion that started how fast it moves away from the actual topic, and how fast, I guess, policy gets carried away a little bit, and fails to focus on what's really important. You asked about controversial debates or important debates happening, and Maria mentioned this in her speech with the Green Deal and a lot of regulations. And to me, the most important thing is to have coherent policies. The forest is in the center of attention right now for good reasons. We all know this, but yet we are dragging, let's say, the role of forests into one direction here. The forest needs to mitigate climate change, but forest needs to also provide renewable resources. It has a cultural component, a recreational component, and this is, I think, something that's very important to consider. For effective policy, we need to also coordinate the policy, and this is also what we heard from scientists today, coordinating also at the landscape level, and it's a lot about coordination, and then of course collaboration, because and this was also picked up on from Maria, that we need, and this is maybe also coming in a later question that I might have received earlier or not, that okay. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. But yeah, we'll stop there now. Thank you.
Is there a direct response? No. Okay. Then, or do you have one, Hannah?
No, I mean, it's interesting because you said at the beginning, it's interesting how quickly we get away from the important topics. So I'm interested in what is the important topic.
I think the important topic is basically the essence of the definition of integrative forest management, that we have forests in the future that are able to provide ecosystem services for future generations. And I think this is what we should, I think this is our common denominator that we should have in mind when we're acting, when we're making policies.
Thank you very much for clarifying. This is why I can also disappear, which is really great. I ask every panelist to actually engage with each other, so it's working perfectly. Please, Maria, respond.
No, I prepared my keynote. I had a lot of time because I'm retired. It was different to my former times. And so I called some colleagues, a lot of colleagues from the forestry community, and I asked them, what are you thinking about integrative forest management? And nobody knows this terminology, I have to say, nobody. And so I thought, yeah, we have a lot work in the future. But everybody said we are familiar with sustainable forest management, and it's just a question, a matter of communication, of education, training, research and also funding. If I want to have more of that biodiversity or whatever, it's this the question.
Yeah.
And not the question of terminology.
Absolutely agreed, and that was also not the intention with the event itself to kind of bring in a new terminology and convince everyone that this is the right one. I think it's more about the approach, and as also Agatha said in the first panel, it's very much about the people. And the concept of integrative forest management, why it makes sense to the researchers. So maybe it's a debate that happens primarily in research so far, so maybe we identified that now, and we need to bring more knowledge to action, obviously, which is good. But the idea behind that it also integrates the mindset. So not just the kind of the concept of closer to nature forestry and sustainable forest management, but that it also integrates the people in the picture and also the needs of the people. So, and that's kind of what I understand, at least, and from what the work that we're doing on this topic with the integrative, that it doesn't just integrate, which is really important, of course, the biodiversity conservation, but that it also integrates the people's perspective, the recreation as a really important forest function, and as well as other forest functions. And yeah, there are trade-offs, we will talk about them, but I can see Marco wants to.
Just a tiny thing that it could also be misinterpreted. I mean, I don't want to open that chapter because it's going to be, but when you talk about management, it's obvious that it may also, a management decision may also be not to manage.
Absolutely.
You know, it's what the French call la libre évolution. And you can see that very clearly in the natural restoration law, because the definition of restoration is active restoration, but also passive restoration. So you might decide that you don't manage something anymore. So talking about integrated management, you might have to consider that it might include also a management which is a non-management. So I wouldn't enter these kind of things because it would contaminate the substance in the end. Thanks.
Marco, I'm really glad that you're here because I thought I was going to be the punching ball during the questions, but actually maybe I might get spared, so that's really good. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely agreed. And that is also part of the concept, at least how we understand it, right? Then since we're already into the controversial stuff, I would like to ask you about those who were overlooking in the policy debates and in decision making. And that also, of course, links a bit to the people, but we're here with people who work with policy, so you do have the people in mind. So who do you think are we overlooking? And how does this cause imbalances maybe in current policy frameworks? And how can we potentially change this? Who wants to start? Or should I announce someone? Great. Go ahead, Hannah.
Do we get a prize for like the most overlooked one? Is there a sort of an element of competition here that we can? I mean, how marginalized do we go? Like, is it because you were going to ask controversy? I was going to think, is there a prize if I go to the most controversial thing? But
yeah, I can think about a prize while you're talking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Can I answer the controversy one?
Yes.
So. I'm thinking about one controversy, and it's something I've learned in public speaking over the last years, which is if you say the word China, suddenly everyone looks up. So there we go. I've just said the word China.
Oh, sorry, Hannah. I was asking about the
people who's overlooked. I know, and I'm going to come to it. I'm going to do both at the same time.
Okay.
Because obviously China isn't being overlooked, which is why Gesh is a bit confused as to why I'm talking about China. But in France, which is where I live, and I'm not French, obviously, as you can tell, I'm British. But in France, where I've lived for the last 15 years and where I'm raising my family, there is this, it's not anecdotal, I don't actually know how widespread it is, but there is this phenomenon of oak logs getting sent to China. And for me, this is creating huge controversy for the foresters and for the processors and for actually society as a whole. When they found this out, they thought, but why are our beautiful logs getting sent to China? And then I go to Decoplan or wherever, and I buy the oak flooring, and it is being processed in China. But it's just a madness. Like, we are outsourcing processing. So I'm going to come to your second question, which is, who are we overlooking? I think we're overlooking rural businesses who are not being really targeted by any policy anywhere, but they're a crucial part of healthy, sustainable, integrative, whatever you want to call it, forest management. We need to have businesses in places where people live, where people want to raise their family, close to their family, so they can have grandmothers who can look after their children. For those of you who are lucky enough to have small children, you know that grandmothers are important. So if we want to encourage, healthy and sustainable rural communities, we need to have jobs in those places, and those jobs need to be good jobs. And so rather than processing things elsewhere, so it doesn't have to be China, or it can also be, 200 kilometers away. But, can we try and, use policy to bring back processing locally? And obviously that has financial impact, and there are lots of people in this room who know about markets, but I really think we need to bring these two things together, and policy isn't at all thinking about those actors.
Do we have a direct response to this, or a kind of alternative community or area that is overlooked? Marco, yes, please go ahead, just grab the mic.
Well, I'm going to do a very risky business. Who here is from the bioenergy sector? And who is from the paper industry here?
Very good
question. So, well, I'm glad because that was actually my guess. What are we overlooking? But not necessarily here. Every time we discuss forests, we have this polarized debate with the forest owners that are often spotted as the enemies. They're not, because there is a whole huge economic dimension downstream, which makes the difference. Where are they? Where are they? I mean, the forest-based industry.
They're in Brussels lobbying you
yes.
guys. That's where they are.
Yes, with different expert groups than the ones dealing with forests. You see, that I think is what we are overlooking. We don't have a vertical integration. I'm looking. Where is Bernard?
Yeah.
I'm looking at you, Bernard, as the head of governance. I think that's a very important thing for the future. We need to have these people on the table, and they need to take responsibilities, because IKEA, and all other companies which have a huge influence on what the forest owners.
And you didn't ask them someone from IKEA here. There might be some.
Maybe exactly. It's somebody from IKEA. Okay. And then, I stop here because otherwise it'd be too long. But I think that would be my straight reply on a dimension. I would have another nuance about the horizontal dimension, like integrating the different, like forestry, environment, climate, disaster management, and so on. That is also important. That is happening, but not at the speed that it should happen, as the discussion on the Standing Forest Committee shows. And for instance, now we are discussing very important legislation for the future on forest monitoring, and I'm not entirely sure that this is involving all the people that need to be involved there, and that might be a problem in the future. So I think this is not so much an issue for this meeting, but I think the both dimensions of vertical governance and horizontal governance are very important, and certainly the vertical governance is being underestimated, the importance. The horizontal, it's difficult to do it, but that's somehow also underestimated. Thanks.
That's a different thing. Yeah, please, Stephen.
I agree with the importance of the downstream sector and the forest-based value chain. And even though we might not have this sector very well represented here, I think we have representatives from the bioeconomy, which is obviously very important. But I want to connect to another audience, let's say, or actors who we might be overlooking, especially in policy making, and I think that's the general public, as broad as it is, because the general public is the one key audience that drives the demands that are being placed on forests. The consumption patterns, consumption behaviors. Of course, we want everything in wood, but it needs to be cheap. And this is why some stuff like that happens, where local businesses can't compete with the global market. So this is something I think we have to address, and that also obviously brings up communication in a big way, and the public creates with conflicting demands. Sometimes, we want beautiful forests that store a lot of carbon, but we also want our wooden tables, etc., that need to be cheap and but still with certification, etc. And this creates these different conflicting driving factors, create the imbalances in our political system or in the policy system. And there we're going back to coherence of policies, where maybe we as policymakers need to try to be more resistant or resilient against those public pressures at some point. I mean, this of course boils down to politics and parties and trying to satisfy constituents. But yeah, I think this is something we need to pay attention to. And then of course the forest owners as well, who need to implement this on the ground to satisfy this demand, and we need to pay attention to their voices as well, big time.
Thank you very much. We will have a little bit of perspectives from forest owners in the afternoon. So fortunately we have that covered. Maria, do you want to? Yeah.
I would like to add, I can agree, everybody here, but it's always a time of power, time, interests and goals. And so it's not so easy to find the right solutions. And it seems the current policy frameworks are overloaded and contradictory very often because of these different interests and this different Gemengelage. I don't know this in English.
Yeah. What you mentioned now is you mentioned the value chain. You mentioned the businesses. You mentioned the general public, and there's of course also they are also intertwined, because the general public and the demands, they also can drive the value chain, and they can drive political decisions. And I absolutely agree that this is a big issue that we're kind of missing, and it's something we also discussed in a workshop that we had yesterday with where there was a journalist, and she also stated that there is a lack of communication also about the complexity of the forest and forest systems, and not just the ecological systems, but the socio-ecological systems and of course socio-economic frameworks that have to be understood when you really want to understand what happens with the forest. And then climate change comes into picture and people are just overwhelmed. But what I understood from you is that we need to better educate societal stakeholders, actually, and kind of probably also communicate in a more understandable way about the potential trade-offs. And speaking of the trade-offs, I want to ask you, because I also know all of you have an opinion on that, where do you think are the current policy challenges and limitations when it comes to integrative approaches? I mean, Maria already mentioned some in her speech, and how desirable are, from the policy perspective, integrative forest management approaches, or do we need other solutions, actually? Who wants to start? Hannah, yeah, please.
I'm making a bit of a habit that if someone else wants to start, it's...
That's good.
I
Your
think
campaigner also.
It's I think my answer to this question is about getting out of the forest and precisely looking at the sectors that are impacting the forest. I mean, there was a really helpful intervention by a guy just standing here saying, you know, there is this like tricky trade-off. If you're going to do more conservation, you need more and you keep consumption at the same level, then you need to have more plantations, and you need to be careful, because otherwise, and if you don't do that, then we're just going to have more imports, and that's a really big trade-off. And he brought this really interesting, who was it actually who was standing here? He brought this interesting perspective of what are we using with the wood, and that's not a static thing, and making the point that we all know that very quickly after the life of when a tree is cut, a very large, substantial percentage goes to burning it, essentially. So I think that and then someone else said, well, yeah, and that hasn't changed. In fact, it was one of the panelists who said, yeah, and we've been saying that for a really long time and it hasn't changed. And it's because the policy hasn't changed, actually. It's gone the opposite direction. So the two lowest in terms of economic value and input and jobs and everything, use of wood is paper and energy, and Marco cited them before. And it's the two places where there are actually policy incentives to use wood in that way. So the Renewable Energy Directive allows the use of subsidies or incentives for burning bioenergy, and I can't say that there are market incentives necessarily for pulp and paper, but certainly we have a packaging waste regulation that has just missed a pretty big opportunity to ensure that we are massively shifting towards reuse of packaging rather than single use all the time. By the way, a reuse system that could really lean on the bioeconomy, because the plastic could come from the bioeconomy, and therefore it could actually be a really huge innovation push, a European innovation push. So I would say the policy, the policy missing piece in order to push forward one of them, integrative forest management, would be the types of the policies that use wood in really low value ways.
Okay, so we need different incentives.
So take away the incentives from the low ones and bring incentives into the high use. Yeah.
Okay. Someone else? Marco, yeah, please go ahead.
Well, from my perspective, I think that is actually a bit our frustration. Is the policy challenge is we have a limited natural resource, and on the other hand, you have a growing demand for the bioeconomy. You have a demand that is imposed by climate change. You have a demand which is imposed by biodiversity loss. You need to ensure the resilience, and you need to ensure the social and cultural services. So the question is, blanket is not big enough if we don't coordinate that. So that's actually, for me, the main policy challenge. And that needs a very open mind, very open discussion. Typically, a bit an elephant in the room is, soil emission from clear cuts. A Finnish sink for LULUCF is a source now, which is a kind of a tragedy for a country like Finland. What to do? Of course, you need to adapt and change policy and so on. No, but I mean, it's a fact, because it's actually the Finnish government that has the figures about the Finnish sink become a source. So it's not us, actually. These are official data. So just to cut it short, I think that the big policy challenge is to work together on these things. I mean, I like very much what Harald Mauser said once, that you don't hear that very often, so let me praise you, when he said, with the Green Deal, we had an integrated approach in the EU Commission that put all the services to work together. We work together with Agri, Klima, DG Grow, and so on, and we really have a joint approach to these things, which hasn't happened in many member states. In many member states, you still see the silo. I could name them, but I won't. And that is a problem, actually.
You want to continue? Yeah.
I again agree.
You agree too much.
I know. Yeah, definitely. But I want to say that of course it is important to try to maximize the efficiency of how we use this to a certain degree limited resource that we have, definitely. I think that's why we're pushing the cascading principle, even though I believe strictly regulatory measures here can also lead to perverse situations where, lower quality wood from thinning interventions is shipped to the next, let's say, manufacturer that is able to use this wood for a higher purpose than burning. And with this transportation process, this can sometimes lead to undesired outcomes. And that's why maybe the regulatory approach here may not be the perfect one. Just to come back to this. Regarding the policy challenges, I think the science is very clear on this, and I think I really enjoyed the whole panel before and Jürgen's presentation. And even though, of course, there's controversies, but the science here is very clear, and it's again, I think also here about scales, because it is a really big challenge to coordinate from a policy perspective, to coordinate at the landscape level. We are, of course, responsible for doing this, and we have all the tools to do this, but exactly for that we need to overcome silos, because when we always just think in forest terms, or then here's agriculture, and then there's a cultural or recreational area, then this coordination becomes impossible. But we need to try to overcome this and find the best solution in a given landscape or at a given scale to fulfill those demands. And I think that's why integrative forest management here is the solution. And to just come back to the point of Maria, that we might not need a new concept, I would also again refer to what Jürgen said, that this isn't really a new concept. It is something, an avenue of sustainable forest management, just more refined, and I think this is here a key issue.
Yes, and also what I actually wanted to keep the slide on, integrative forest management forces us to talk to each other. And I think this is, what we're doing here, but this is actually the starting point, and maybe this is even bigger than all the other elements that have been there before. Hannah, please.
Just a quick response. Yes. I think it's, even just this panel and the one before shows how hard it is to break down silos. We're the policy panel, and then there was the science panel, and then we got the practitioners panel, and then there's the networks panel. And I think, the challenge then to EFI would be next time to have a panel where it's really mixed up.
We had that yesterday in the World Cafe, but yes, I absolutely agreed. Yeah. Maria, do you also want to say something, or should we continue?
I would like to say we don't need a new terminology, but we have in sustainable forest management a lot to do for these new challenges. And
but this is then the silo again. I think it's really interesting when you said integrative forest management, no one knew what it was, and I have to say I didn't know what it was, and then when it started to get described, I was like, oh yeah, okay, I know what that is. But then that's again the silo, is that there is a really big research community, and speaking from a campaigning group, it's really hard to get access to journals and access to scientist information, and I think that's,
But sorry to say, this silo saying, I can hear it since decades, really. Because I think we as human people are structured like silos, because we cannot overview this complexity of the world, and so we have to create some silos to understand these things, and we are not able with our brain to understand this complexity. And so this is a construct. This is a construct. This is my opinion. It's a construct for understanding the world.
Can I make a joke?
Yeah, of course.
Some silo can be positive, because without silo in Austria we wouldn't have the nature restoration law. Thanks God, Leonor Gewessler voted in favor of the nature restoration law.
It was a joke and a lot of truth in it, yes. Also in the Integrate network, of course, we are discussing this, and we're trying to overcome the silo thinking. And you also mentioned this on the EU level with DG Environment and DG Agri. and how collaboration did work also with others in the past, but also that it is not easy. We experience that on the national and also on the on the federal level, but also on the state level in Germany as well. So I'm wondering, and also the debates can get really intense, and we have also quite some media reporting, of course, about those debates. So media often reports, because they're like also what the journalist said yesterday, you don't sell a newspaper with saying, yes, it is like this, but it's also a little bit like this. You sell a newspaper with saying the forests are in a really bad state, right? This is how you sell a newspaper or a TV show. So I think it's also, the polarization is also kind of supported by the media mechanisms, which look for really attractive headlines instead of finding solutions for conflicts, right? But there are those debates, and they also happen between ministries, and they happen between stakeholders. So I wonder, and also because the forest is a limited resource, right? And there are different demands, and how can you balance them in the best way will remain I think a crucial question. But I was wondering, also talking to Hannah about her experiences with conflict resolution and mediation. How do you think this process could be better facilitated, and who could be a facilitator of this integrative process when we think it bigger than just kind of being in the forest, like staying with the forest, but when we think it bigger in a more societal transition context? Who could be facilitators? Could be NGOs, could be European Forest Institute, like could it be scientists?
Facilitators have to be neutral. So it can't be NGOs, and it can't be forest owners, and it can't be the European Commission. Well, I mean, maybe it could, but I think what I've learned most, and I don't have decades of experience in mediation. I don't have decades experience in very much because I'm still not retired yet. Although I'm looking forward to being retired.
You still have a bit to go, huh?
I went back to university to do a diploma course in conflict resolution and mediation. First of all, because of a huge conflict in our team over a campaign that we were leading. And then I spent a lot of money on a therapist, and then realized we all have to understand our own relationship to conflict. It's important to ask ourselves that question because we find conflict is a part of our everyday, and how you react to that is often a product also of how conflict has been dealt with in the past. And then I zoomed out and out and out and saw that there was conflict, and I specifically studied conflict around renewable energy production in France, so conflict around terrestrial wind, which is pretty conflictual. And what I learned, a couple of things. If you are in the conflict, you can't deal with the conflict. You need to have a neutral facilitator who is independent and impartial and that has the trust of the different parties. And I think Ursula von der Leyen, to really give her credit, has done an excellent job of finding good facilitators for example, the agricultural dialogue that took place. So yeah, neutrality of the mediator is crucial, and away from the public eye. I think when you are in the public eye, you polarize, and I think often the input that comes into the two different policy procedures plays out very publicly because there isn't a space where we can have these conversations and try and find middle ground. Also being together, so the point of mediation is it comes from like family mediation where you have a couple who have a child and they're divorced and they need to move forward, and there's no other way other than to move forward. You can't say, okay, well then this is not my child anymore, you're not allowed to disown your child. So you have to move forward in this partnership, and that's just about the most hard thing to do. And so the point of mediation is, well, how do you get two quarreling parties to communicate? And the key to that is mutual recognition, because they don't actually recognize the other, that the other even exists. You can't even bear that the other party would even exist. And I think that also happens in policy. You just kind of want to pretend that they're not there because we're not actually in a space together. So we all go and knock on the doors of the European Commission or the Austrian Ministry or indeed in Germany or wherever, and they're receiving us all in these different silos and having to sort of make up something that's sensible out of that. And I don't think that's healthy. I think spaces that are not public and where we can be together and try and find mutual recognition are possibly some ways out of getting out of old arguments.
Exactly, because this is also what we're observing in the policy debate. If there is, I think there is mutual agreement on the approaches that Hannah proposed, and it's something we should think further when we think integrative bigger. Is there a direct response, or should we open the floor to the questions from the audience? Yeah, Stephen, please go ahead.
I really liked what you said, Hannah, and I thought that the forest kind of is an impartial mediator, maybe, because the forest doesn't care if we manage it or if we set it aside. It will exist. It just depends in what state, or but it will exist. It's us, the people, that put it in the center and want something from it. And I think that's why it is important, if we want to bridge conflicts and to have mutual understanding, to be in the forest. And I think that's where we can agree with each other the most, or have at least the most empathy for each other's positions. And that's why I think it's so important to get out into the forest and have debates there. And I also want to say it because it's been mentioned several times, but that's why that was our objective with founding or initiating the Integrate network with the demonstration sites, where all people can come together in a mutual, in a public space, let's say, even though it might be privately owned, but in a forest that does not care what people want from it, but to understand how decisions can affect a forest and can affect the provision of services of the forest. I need to say that.
Thank you, Stephen. I can see that Marco wants to react to that, but I really want to also involve the audience. So maybe we can. I can already see Georg Franke. Karen, I tried to wave you. He's a little more here. So I can already see that the current chair of the Integrate network wants to comment. He's here. Oh. Thank you very much, Karen.
Thank you. Georg Frank, Austrian Forest Research Institute. I learned from this discussion that it is very important that we really make clear and also communicate that the integrative forest management is not a new term or a new expression for sustainable forest management, because there was some misunderstanding. And I think we really have to make clear the integrative approach is focusing on managed forests to maintain, to conserve and preserve biodiversity in managed forests. And the complementary approach, the segregative approaches on protected areas of forests left for free development, which are not managed. And this integrative approach is one part of sustainable forest management. And it aims to maintain and to preserve biodiversity. And biodiversity is the prerequisite of the functioning of forests. Without the full richness of life, which is biodiversity, there will not be forests, and no forest functions too. And this is important to make clear and also to communicate. And the integrative approach also includes some other ecosystem services. Biodiversity is not an ecosystem service because it's not a product, it's the prerequisite. And other ecosystem services, for instance, water, climate change, and in our country, for instance, the protective functions of forests. But what I would say, it's important that the integrated forest management or integrative forest management is not the same as sustainable forest management. We have to distinguish. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Georg. And also that makes clear that we still have to work on the definition and try to achieve some common understanding. And thank you also for mentioning that biodiversity is not something nice to have, but kind of a basic need for functioning ecosystem services. Is there a comment or response from the panel? Or okay, then thank you for the important clarification. We have a question here. Georg?
Yeah, thanks.
Georg too.
Yeah, thanks. Very interesting debate and also quite interesting nuances in your statements. I have to say I found the last 4 or 5 years very interesting in EU policy with this attempt to really organize an environmental or sustainability transformation and also lots more dynamics than the years before in forests. So interesting for us also looking into forest policy. But now my question is would be cool to hear from all of you perhaps one sentence on what comes next. So what are the lessons learned and what to emphasize now? I know you're not the ones perhaps taking the decisions, but if you have a wish, what would be your wish forward for the next Commission, for European forest policy for the next 4 years? Also against the lessons learned from the turbulent last 5 years. Thanks.
Georg, that was my final question. You stole it. Okay, go ahead, and then we see if we still have a little bit of time. Otherwise, we just go to lunch. Yeah. Please. Who wants to start? Yeah.
But then we...
No. I still have more. Don't worry.
No, I mean, can we anticipate something from the last point, from the last question you had? Or...
No. I have some follow-up, and I think there will also be more questions from the audience. Don't worry. But we're also starting to have lunch in, let's say, 15 minutes. So, yeah.
Okay. Well, I think for me, my perspective, what is extremely important, and this is a lesson learned, is when you explain something, never give for granted that this has been understood.
That's the clear result of the panelists.
This is really something we have to learn. We saw it in agriculture. I mean, okay, these were manipulated by the extreme rights, the farmer protests. But if you think what was put into question in June last year because of farmer protests and what the structured dialogue on agriculture now proposes, it basically, it goes completely against the farmers' protest reason. Basically shows that the Green Deal on agriculture is absolutely needed and right. So that actually comes up from even the farmers themselves. There is an issue which is how the offices that represent an entire category do represent a category. That's I don't want to now be misunderstood by someone who's here, but there is of course always an issue of talking to the base rather than talking to the office that represents the whole category. That's a difficult job, but then when you talk to the base, you get certainly much better understood. But that is, for me, the most important thing for the future. I think that we need to invest more in explaining, re-explaining. I would have another thing, but I will leave it for later because that's connected, but I don't want to monopolize.
Yeah, of course, I prepared 2 different potential final questions because I try to have a plan B. So don't worry about that. But yes, please go ahead, Hannah.
Just a quick reaction to what Marco just said and to bring in something that Maria said. We talk a lot about explaining and educating. And I really loved what Dr. Conjal said, by the way. I'm sure I haven't pronounced your name right, but I would love to continue a conversation with you because I'm sure you have perspectives on those words. But it's what I heard from Maria was consult. And I think that what I've learned from the last 5 years and what I would bring into the next 5 years is how are we consulting around policy? Who are we consulting and how are we doing it? And how long are we taking? And I think, so that's one thing I would bring in. And the second is money. I think that the next people are really worried about how much the transition is going to cost. And I think it's important that we start shifting incentives towards the things that we're going to create integrative forest management, which means shifting incentives away from bioenergy subsidies, which are literally burning up billions of taxpayers' money, and pushing it into innovative forest economies is going to create jobs for people in Europe. So I would say money for the transition so that foresters can, who are really scared about the future of their forests, can shift their forest management practices towards more integrative policies. Those would be my two things: better consultation and money for the implementation, and implement.
Who wants to continue? Stephen?
Very good question, Georg, as always. I think for this to be answered, we need to define what we want in the future and what goals and aims we have. I think when we look at our forests and land use, and I said this before, I think we do have we can agree on a fairly common goal. We want to sustain the resources that we have and keep it for future generations. And so we need to agree or find, for example, under the Green Deal or New Green Deal or whatever it's going to be at EU level, but also at national level, we need to find a goal on what we want with what we want from our forests, basically, to put it simple, and then we need to analyze the policies that we have and how effective they were in achieving these goals. And I think this is something where there's a lot of room for improvement, because a lot of policies are sometimes also not effective or counterproductive. So I think this is something where with not so much effort, I mean, of course we need science to analyze this, but we can be effective in pushing the legislation that delivers on the desired outcomes, and maybe even ditching the ones that are counterproductive.
Thank you very much also for mentioning the evaluation, which I think is something that is definitely missing, and that is also due to the political systems and changing political power, etc., and that often leads to rather kind of just saying what the decisions the former governments made were just shitty, and kind of trying to do something else, but that doesn't lead to long-term evaluation of the kind of outputs of the decisions.
Yeah, one more addition, and I think this is something that where we maybe as a, let's say, scientific community mostly agree on, but to really have this this paradigm that really biodiversity is the prerequisite of everything, and this needs to be the basis for decisions on policy and legislations.
Which is not a common narrative yet, we have to say, right? So unfortunately, yeah. Maria, did you also want to respond to? You can still, even if you're retired, you still have wishes, I guess, for the forest, for the future of the forest. And
I think I don't have just an inspiring thing in this case. The question was, what did I do from the last 5 years? It's so important to give the people a purpose. Why do I have to do this? And to go with, to take the people, the affected with you, and also to leave not them alone. They have to be paid. I have to say this. They have to be paid for these efforts, and the most important thing is the purpose. They have to see a purpose.
And with they, you mean basically everyone who's concerned with the forest? What do you mean with they need to see a purpose? Who is they?
The owners. The owners, or
Okay,
the
so you
the
were
people
referring to the forest
they are on the ground for working. Yeah. Because I think the society is aware of, not everybody, but is aware for the forest, for the forestry. I want to think about this because it's really important to get the people. They are working on the ground for this. They are responsible for the products that they are in the boat with you. And the society, it's I have to think about this. What do you think about this society? I think they are all, a lot of people are really aware of the situation here now, about the climate change and all this.
I think we live in bubbles. Huh? I think we live in bubbles. I think if there's one thing I would say in response to your question, it's transparency. I don't think there's enough transparency about what's really going on, and what really happens. What real impacts those things have. I think we need more transparency for people to understand what's happening.
Thank you very much. I cannot see any urgent, there is one, okay. So we will allow one more question and then we will kind of there are two, okay, I can see two. Okay, you have just a couple of minutes, not for the question, but the question should
be
short.
Just 2 comments. One comment,
Ahead,
I do not agree that we cannot change the rules. If you vote for something and we notice that it's not working, we should change it. And about the politic implementation, I think, at least this is my subjective opinion, but I think we miss a little bit different strategy at the national level because we have forestry strategies. We have countries which already protect most of the forests, and there are countries which use the forests. Just example from Poland, because I'm from Poland. We already have the Second World War. In 70 years, enlarged our forests of 50% almost. And we have 6,000 companies, even more, use and produce output of the wood. So we are in the top 3 global exporters of the windows, boards or furniture. So the question is, should we protect our managed forest? Where the production will go then? Or will we import this from somewhere? This is an open question because this is a big debate in Poland, at least now. And another thing is the scale, because I think if we're talking about forests, we always need to talk about global issues. And from my understanding, at least, we manage maybe something around 4% of global forests and are responsible for about 6% of emissions. So it's really hard for me to believe that with the regulation only in European Union level, we can change anything globally. Without global agreement, yes, for sure, but yeah, just questions.
Is there a direct response from the panel, or should we take the second question and try to? Okay, let's take the second question. We do have 5 minutes. Yeah, 5 minutes.
Hi. Somebody once said to me that forestry is not rocket science. It's actually far more complicated. And I think the debate this morning has actually sort of like shown us that that's true. 2 things that I think that are missing from policy are, first of all, for the landowners and the forest owners, we have to concentrate on these, and it's the balance between carrot and stick. And I think there's far, far too much stick and not enough carrot. And the second thing, which we haven't talked about at all this morning, is the quality of the advisors and the forest managers who are actually out there. And, you know, are they aware of the debate? Are they aware of what's required before? Were they last educated 30 years ago? And it's this thing about professional standards. And I think that's really, really important in forestry. It's very, very uneven between different countries and within different countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there a direct response to this? Or, yeah, we can have one response and then we wrap it up.
Go ahead with the question, then we can then conclude.
Yes, yeah, we will not have concluding statements because that already happened. But I'll have a short wrap up.
No, just to say, I mean that this is certainly right. That there's a complexity that requires. I agree with what you say, and also with the fact that you can't solve everything at European Union level. You need to act global. But that allows me to say, I think, two things which are important. First of all, it's important to have a positive narrative. I liked very much what Adam Felton said. The fact that there is a leakage, it's not per se negative. It's an opportunity, actually. So we live in a globalized world. So let's stop criminalizing the EU biodiversity strategy because maybe we need to harvest less in Europe. You know, that's an opportunity. Second thing is you need to involve all those who are responsible from a very early stage, and you need to have them working together to face this complexity. And that's why I wanted to launch, if you allow me, a little pledge here, or plea, because I really don't understand. The Commission has proposed a forest governance which makes the forest governance stronger by making it more inclusive. You know, making the expert group of the Commission containing all different competences, climate, environment, disaster management, and so on. And the member states went exactly the other way around and adopted the general approach which limited that to the forestry departments, which is completely unexplainable to us. We even had to make a written declaration to the Council saying the Commission might withdraw this proposal because it's counterproductive, and in the end it will further isolate the forestry world if we go that way, because we will perpetuate this polarization. So just to pick up on these two questions, to say we need to involve everybody from a very early stage and at an equal level. Everybody needs to be heard. Thank you.
Okay.
Can I
Steven, you're the
really
final.
quickly respond to this? I mean, just what you said now, Marco. I mean, I disagree that we said no. This needs to be forestry. It needs to be our decision, basically, how we will prepare in those meetings, basically, and we make sure that we also talk, you know, to the other ministries. And I think, yes, you said DG Agri and DG Envy, they are working together very well and sit together. We do this, you might do this, we do this also. It might not always have the best outcome, and I think you can see from the tangible outcomes of the EU forest strategy, those were more outcomes that go into a, let's say, you know, I just said biodiversity needs to be the prerequisite of everything, but we need to also, from this point on, then consider all the other functions. And in our view, there is an imbalance in implementing the EU forest strategy with a view to the socio-economic functions of forests. Just to answer this real quick.
Yeah, thank you very much, Stephen. Okay, then it's actually we started 10 minutes later and we finish only 5 minutes later, so that's actually really good. We took up some time. So I will make the wrap really quick. What I learned from this panel is that we need to think integrative approaches broader. We need to involve the stakeholders. We need external neutral moderation. We need more incentives, actually, or need to kind of shift the incentives towards more integrative forest management. We need to define the goals and the aims for the future, so that is something I think we all agree upon. And something related to the quality of advice for forest management that was also mentioned from different sides, I think is something that we are also trying to do with the Transform It project, so we are hopefully on a good path with that one. Before I thank the panelists, I want to announce some, because otherwise I know you all get up and run out. I want to announce some organizational things. Lunch is about to come. You will all walk out, and our great helpers here from the Northern Westphalian Forest State Service, they will help you and guide you out to the Mensa to help you to find your lunch. At the Mensa, it's really important that you're wearing those badges, because they are your identification signal. I hope you all brought them, because they're your identification signal to get lunch, because they have a list and they look at your badge. So I hope I can see some people laughing, so maybe you can still kind of write yourself one. Yes, Ulla, please. Okay. Okay, Ulla is just saying there are 2 cashiers where you should go, and they have the sign of European Forest Institute, and they have Satu's name on them. So go, and Satu is already there?
how much they care about the well-being and future of our forests. And so for this, we need science communications, we need to engage with the public, and we're going to take the next 30 minutes to talk a little bit more about these awareness-raising strategies and about methodologies that we can apply to actually bring people to the forest and engage them a little bit more with an ecosystem that we all really care about. So under the notion of forest arts, our next guest and speaker, artist Evgenia Emets, is trying to bring attention to forests as a very powerful artistic medium that can actually host integrative learning experiences, and through that spark conversations around scientific and cultural exchange about these type of forests. And the forests are actually the place where that art is happening, and it's supposed to build a bridge between science on the one hand, art, and the general public. And so through her project Eternal Forest, and also a vision to create 1,000 forest sanctuaries across Europe and beyond, Evgenia aims to bring people together in a forest ecosystem and around the topic of forest. So we are very pleased to have you here. Thank you so much for being here. And big applause. Thank you. So, Evgenia, as an artist that does a lot of different arts, you can see it over here, who uses poetry, visual art, film. I mean, you've worked as a director and always actually works with science and scientists and tries to integrate ecological thinking into that. I'm wondering, because I think that's going to be interesting for our audience, why is art actually such a powerful medium to communicate science and to raise awareness and to actually trigger the engagement of the public, which often actually science and practice is struggling to do because we need these type of methodologies. Why is art so powerful in doing that?
Well, thank you, first of all, for inviting me here, and thank you for being in this room. I think more of these conversations hopefully will happen in the future, and it feels like this could be opening many doors. So I will start my sharing today with a story, the story that for me opened the door to Eternal Forest, personally. So back in 2017, I moved from UK, where I lived for 10 years, with my husband to Portugal. Portugal was supposed to be my new home, my new country, my new people, my new language, my new culture, everything. I was moving for good, where I live right now. So this was what, how many years ago? 6 years ago, almost 7 soon. So the 2017, I don't know if any of you remember this reference point, was the year of incredibly devastating fires in Portugal, which, by the way, are repeating as we're sitting in this room today. The story is still there. So as we were arriving to Portugal, we were driving through the landscape, observing and witnessing the remains of charred stumps of monoculture eucalyptus plantations and more land basically burned, and villages and human losses and animal losses and so on. So that was quite a shocking entrance point to such a beautiful country, and that really opened a lot of possibilities for me. I felt like in this moment a portal was open for me as an artist, as a human being, to enter the door and to see what I can do and how I can contribute. So as you probably know, fires in Portugal is not a new thing, apart from, the Mediterranean fires, which is a normal thing in the Mediterranean. We have whole country basically as a monoculture of plantation of eucalyptus, which is producing paper for the whole of Europe. And Portuguese decided to build the economy on that. So on witnessing this devastation, I needed to do something quite urgently. So I went and I worked with specific communities, a whole set of villages, 6 months post-fire. So I placed myself inside communities and I decided I just want to listen. I want to listen to the forest that is absent. I want to listen to the ecosystem and to the people. So I started hearing all these different stories of their relationship with their forest. And what we did a series of interviews, which then made into a film that is called Eternal Forest. We can share this link afterwards with all of you, made in 2018. And in this film, people are sharing their sentiments for the forest and also their observation of how the monocultures affect their life, basically, how it's affecting their economic, ecological, socio-cultural space and landscape. So what I noticed is that although the forest is pretty much absent, we kind of have a feeling of the forest. So I started going a little bit more inside of that dimension, and I wanted to explore how we can actually open up the discussion. So I was taking film to many different organizations, and we were making many screenings all over the country and beyond. And I chose to face audience like I'm doing today. So after the screening, we did Q&A. And what I started noticing is there is a pattern that keeps repeating, and that pattern brought us to a conversation, what is actually missing in our relationship with forests. And what I noticed was missing is a deeper cultural and spiritual relationship that is beyond consumerist, productive, and extractive relationship with the forest. There's nothing wrong with production, but that other side was kind of very, almost invisible and dormant. So in the next years after this moment, I decided to dedicate my art practice, my methodologies that I use to actually explore this deeper, to explore tangible and intangible values, intrinsic values that forests have for us, that hold for our culture, that all of our culture is built on, and take it further. And gradually what started emerging is a new kind of story. So what is this story, and why it's important to kind of go deeper and explore this? The story that emerged for me is, what if we went out, worked more in communities with forests, and we could create more hope, more inspiration, and more engagement, where we could find ways of communities supporting forests, being stewards of the forest, and at the same time enjoying the beauty and the magic of them. So gradually, as I was using poetry, film, visual art, installation, performance, and I was doing different kind of interactions and exhibitions and placement in these communities, I came up with this solution, let's say a vision, to create a network of 1,000 forest sanctuaries around the world, invite communities to be stewards of these places, and invite artists and creators to come on board and to create different activities, engagement practices, experiences, and art to serve this kind of glue between our forests and our communities. And we want to protect this forest for 1,000 years and beyond, hopefully.
I think what's really interesting with that story is how you showcases that art can travel and that it can really spark in like conversations around the topic at hand. So it could be any type of topic, but that is in a way the power of art, right? Of storytelling, of actually the movement that happens and the conversations that can happen around a specific type of creation. It could be an art installation, it can be a film. But what I'm still interested in knowing is, why does art speak to us in that way? Because why is it that if we have a scientific conference, it doesn't travel the same way? So what is it about a film in particular, or the artistic medium in particular, that is so important for us as a human species, or that it makes it this powerful medium to work with?
Yeah. So here we are doing a presentation, a conversation. Basically, ideally, we would be immersing ourselves into forest art experience, which will hopefully happen next time. I do believe that art can access emotional and spiritual level on a very deep ground, fundamental level. So art can really put us in this direct experience. And that is the moment when transformation is possible. Art creates stories, quite frankly, so we are all storytellers, but artists and creative people, they really can create different stories through the medium, like poetry, cinema, theater, and so on. I do feel that art can communicate scientific knowledge in a much more engaging way, that is perhaps accessing senses and feelings and through metaphors. I think that if we were bringing artists much more into science communications, then we would probably have with us more audiences that we cannot access today, like younger generation, teenage generation, and so on, but also general public. I do feel that art can also be a bridge between scientific knowledge and local and traditional and indigenous knowledge, where I don't feel that link is strong. And in Europe, I think there is a little bit of movement, but we can do more. So kind of mend the broken link between this ancient knowing and the contemporary ways of knowing and understanding and intelligence. Art can create transformative experiences, which I already mentioned, and we're going to talk more about that. And also I feel that art can help bring the theoretical knowledge down to the earth, where practice is happening, and we're going to also explore that more. So bear with us.
A lot of things to dive in, but I think what you're mentioning is really relevant also for some of the projects that we're working with EFI. So for example, I'm thinking about Superb project, which is one of our projects, and where we are developing a transformative narrative guide for practitioners, so to give them more strategies to be able to tell these type of stories of their forests, to be able to engage people in the landscapes and in the ecosystem. So I think it's very interesting to look into these type of methodologies. And you in particular, what I found interesting in your work is you work with the notion of forest art, which integrates already the ecosystem in the artistic medium. And I think that's quite unique, and I would like you to speak maybe a little bit more about this, because you're using that way, or using that art form as an active process to build a bridge between science, practice, arts and the general public. So how do you do that? What is forest arts, and where do you see that unique potential working with forest arts?
Thank you. So we already said that eternal forest aim and goal is to create physical eternal forest sanctuaries and to create a program that runs alongside each of these places for the communities, but also for scientists, artists to come together. So from a very practical point of view, if we look, okay, how do we do that for a sanctuary? We are really trying to call for a multidisciplinary approach. How do we design a place like that? So we are looking at biodiversity, so our focus is biodiversity, ecosystem complexity, and stability of the forest ecosystem, even if these spaces are not huge, maybe like national parks. We can either work as standalone projects within communities or inside larger conservation projects. But we are always looking, by creating this multidisciplinary team, when we design the place and the experience, like soil scientists, plant experts, landscape designers, and basically all disciplines that can support and bring a thread of the whole narrative to the table. We're also inviting people like regenerative designers, so more from regeneration aspect, and people like ethnobotanists and anthropologists are really important, because we also need to understand, okay, how is this happening? What are we observing? What is actually shifting? And so every forest sanctuary is actually the project in placemaking, and that placemaking is supposed to reconnect people with their living environment, but also create this bond, the bond that keeps going. So we create in a continuity through basically a calendar of events that we create ourselves, but also by bringing other practitioners to the table. So just to give a couple of examples, in the last 6 years, so I'm not an ecologist, I'm not a biologist, I'm just basically learning everything I can myself, but also creating spaces for this kind of learning. So I approach scientists and I go to them and I say, well, I have a project, can you help me to figure it out? Can we collaborate? And so what I started noticing, my conclusion is we need spaces. We need physical spaces. We need spaces in the academy, in the institutions where we can meet and we can win time to work together. We can collaborate. So for example, with University of Lisbon, which is my more direct connection, we have an agreement that when we have first pilots in Portugal, they can actually come, soil scientists can come in and start monitoring soil health from day one, from 0 year, and then keep monitoring with regularity that we need, but also we can bring experts in biodiversity to do like the biodiversity baseline in the area, so then we can observe, because we actually want to go hand in hand with science in those places. So these places can also become places for long-term ecological research and observation for the people in the universities. And we can actually build on that and get funding and all sorts of things. So speaking about forest art, just to focus exactly what it is and how does it look and feel. So imagine now that there is painter and there is painting that they produce, and they use, paint and canvas and paintbrush, all kinds, and all these different other materials. For sculpture, we have chisels and, maybe power tools, and we have blocks of marble or wood. And for cinema, we have, huge team behind. So what is forest art is when artists go into forest, they immerse themselves, they do deep observation of the forest ecosystem, succession, processes, biodiversity, keystone species. Then we bring scientists in and academics so they can give their input and say, pay attention, this is what's important, this is what we are looking at here, so observe. And then we also do the listening, deep listening to the local communities, and we bring traditional knowledge. And then also artists takes all of this information and knowledge, and they also do their own journey, ideally living in the forest. I underline this, living in the forest means basically camping, being in a cabin, being in a house in the community, always going to the forest. And this is how I work, and I love it. And then from that perspective, they can create design, they can create experiences, they can participate in tree planting, they can participate in maintenance, they can participate in observations. It's all the cycle when we talk about ecosystem restoration and conservation, basically. So this is kind of our focus. And I just wanted to say before I let Rahel ask next question is, I feel that ecological art has played a role. Land art, eco art, earth art, these are all important terms in kind of art that looks at ecosystems. It has played an important role in raising awareness, but I think it's not enough. I think we need to do two things. We need to bring artists from the gallery and museum walls, and we need to invite them to actively get involved, to understand ecosystems, understand forests, and understand, how they can be this, the runner between the ecosystems and the community. And I think we are talking here something that I like the word. We're gonna put it in just for you to kind of imagine. We're talking about regenerative culture. Not about sustaining something that is like a status quo, but regenerating. And so how artists can become these active agents in regeneration, economical, ecological, social, spiritual regeneration with a hands-on practical approach.
And I mean, I think the interesting part is that it's not only artists that are thinking about how can they become active in doing that. It's actually an invitation for a lot of different people that have to do with the forest to think about their role in being able to create that type of culture, right? So people that own forests, they can think about what place is this to be able to, for example, create these type of art trails, or to actually invite this collaborative methodology in, so people come, and there could be a lot of exchange in this type of opportunity. And I think what's interesting is that it completely changes how we understand arts, because it's not a museum out there that you go to and it's disconnected from natural spaces, but actually the natural environment becomes the artistic experience, and this is what you coin as sanctuaries, right? So just as a little follow-up question, because I know that's very interesting what you do. You create forest trails, and maybe you can speak a bit more about how you create them in collaboration with different people, so that there is this sort of integrative learning experience that people can have when they go to the forest, which I think has a huge potential to be able to trigger the engagement of the general public.
Thank you. So to build the tunnel forest sanctuaries, I'm sure you all understand it's a long-term project. The moment we start talking to an organization partner or a community takes years sometimes. So that's why we have intentional ones that are committed, but they're not like ready yet. So what I figured out while we are developing those concepts and those visions and relationships and partnerships and looking towards creating a legacy for the future, I must do something, right? I need to invite people to show them how does it look and feel. So what I do is I get invited, sometimes I choose the places. I do 3 types of spaces. Sometimes it's a botanical garden, super interesting places to work with. Sometimes they're forest parks, or sometimes they're just like green spaces that have some wildness in them. And sometimes they're like art foundations that have a green space. So then I think, how do I engage people? So I figured out, I started creating those trails in the green spaces, in the forest. So a trail is an actual physical trail that goes through the forest, but it's also an experience. It doubles up. So the way they are created is I just walk again and again and again. I go back to the forest every day. And as I explained to you before, I draw on all the knowledge, the feeling that I have, that what I'm observing. So it's a very naturalistic approach. I must listen, really deeply listen to the land, to all the species, what is coming up, what are the important species here, what's missing here. I'm looking at the processes, at the succession, at some key elements, and landmarks. Landmarks are really important because we come from the forest. We are forest culture, so we orient ourselves to see where we're going inside the forest. Then I bring scientists and say, okay, what am I missing? What should I be looking at here? So I take their input, and then of course I bring people in workshops, etc. And slowly, as I engage with this forest, a narrative appears, like a story. And then I write this story in my own way. I work with poetry and storytelling. And then it's usually like a 2-hour, 3-hour deep journey. And then we take groups of people on that journey. And we can do, I don't know how many events and experiences, but of course it's not enough. So how to scale it up? Usually we record like an audio guide that then people can use to go back to that forest on a solo journey, or somebody can repeat this trail. So trail become like a minimum viable product for before we get to eternal forest sanctuaries. And they create already the bridge between all the so-called stakeholders, everybody who needs to be there, who needs to hear, who needs to, affect somehow the decision-making afterwards and participate in, voting basically for this sanctuary to be there for generations to come. So it's my way of opening the door to the places and communities and building relationships, basically.
Mm. I mean, I think building relationships is one of the fundamental things to be able to create networks. And I mean, yesterday we had a Network of Networks meeting, and a lot of it is about how can we better collaborate and create new avenues for collaboration between different sectors. I mean, that's one reason why we bring in the art and culture sector, because it's not typically part of these type of conversations, because they might not be seen as the most important stakeholder, but as we can see, they're quite important when it comes to people and our values that we hold as a society. So my question to you, because I think that's interesting for anybody that's sitting here, whether they are scientists, whether they are forest managers or forest owners, how could you imagine that collaboration to look like with people in the room? I mean, you got to know a few over the last days, and what is also maybe needed? So I'm wondering if you could speak a bit about the challenges, but also opportunities that exist in terms of creating more spaces for collaboration, because we really need them so that we can really learn from each other and create this type of learning experience for other people so that they enter the forest that we want to manage sustainably, but also that we want to protect.
Yeah. So in our work, in our project, at the moment we are looking to partner, basically. We are looking for place-based and land-based projects, whether they're intentional communities that hold the land and they're already settled as a community, and they say, we would like to put a percentage of land in wild zone in the conservation, and we would like to steward this land for the future generations. We are working with forest parks and protected reserves and protected areas, but also with all kinds of projects that have to do anything with the land and where there is interest and possibility to give something back to the community. So it can be even, corporates and large organizations and kind of structures and companies. I think the challenges that so far I have kind of started observing and started putting my finger on it is actually not that easy to create deep and long-term collaborations. So they take time to build. They take time to build trust, which is great because we do need to work together on a deeper level. So for example, from the science art perspective, I do feel that scientists are incredibly busy. They have very strict agendas. They have very specific funding and also timings for their projects. with this project for, creating something for 1,000 years, like how do we do it? It challenges everybody. It challenges artists. It challenges public. It challenges all this that will be involved, but challenges scientists for sure. So I also noticed that sometimes scientists work in silos, and correct me if I'm wrong, but sometimes faculties don't meet and don't talk to each other. So I witnessed on my walks, for example, that I offered to multidisciplinary groups of people, like scientists met on my walks, and I was, oh, okay, great. So we read each other's research, but we're actually just meeting now in the forest for the first time. So that's incredibly inspiring. I would like to give you one example how we did it recently. So I was very interested in the north of Portugal, in the forests that are there. You probably heard about Gerês National Park and the ecosystems that we still have more or less preserved forests, but also that's where a lot of wildlife is. That's where we have the last Iberian wolf habitat. So I decided to focus project I just did in Porto, in Gallery of Biodiversity and Botanical Garden of Porto, on specific habitat that also is the habitat for protection of Iberian wolf. And I had one contact of one scientist who is our expert on oaks. It's Carlos Villaviçosa. He recently published really interesting paper and his PhD as well, that we actually have many more oaks than we thought we do. And then he brought me to all other connections with other scientists, including Francisco Alvarez, who is in the protection of Iberian wolf and conservation of the wolf. So we created a multidisciplinary group that started off as a small artistic research project, and now we're extending it to actually find a location in the north of Portugal where we can actually do the work together and create sanctuary where they can have their, research going on along longer periods of times, and we can have our sanctuary and we can do the community engagement. So one of the opportunities that I see here is actually, like, my next decade is going to be dedicated to creating physical spaces to be able to do projects in the field, to have as much forest immersion as we can get, and also be surrounded by communities and bring all these people in the room. And I think we need to do a lot of this work to really hear all the different voices. But also I think that one of the main aspects is to try to create longer term possibilities. So, for example, I'm sure some of the people in the room know about LTR, long-term ecological research. That is, like, I think these frameworks need to be pushed in terms of time. We need to gain more time to be able to do this, and also to do this in multidisciplinary way. So the solutions that we bring to the table that Eternal Forest offers, and we think that they're going to work because we have good examples in the world. First of all is art science multidisciplinary residencies that win us time to be together. 1 month, 1.5 months, workshops, meetings online, but we create these multidisciplinary strong networks and we start working together. We can also work across borders. And that's when effective collaboration can happen because we have time, and that of course needs funding, etc. I already mentioned the long-term versus short-term thinking and work and collaborations. I think in the next couple of years, we also want to look at prototyping what we call Eternal Forest Academy, which we're very excited about. So what we noticed is that, of course, older generation are the ones who are actually holding the land. They are the landowners mainly. The younger generation is the one who is trying to decide what to do. There's a lot of hopelessness there. There's very low engagement among teenagers, like almost zero probably. And that's where we want to focus. So Eternal Forest Academy is for everybody. We believe in lifelong learning, around the cycles, but specifically we want to see how can we engage teenagers and bring them in the forest to do this restoration work and so on. So really get them in. And as we are developing our first pilots at the moment, we are currently in Portugal, Spain, France, Romania, and I already had some conversations in the room with some of you. We are looking for more places and more possibilities where it's really ready to go. It's like everything is there, and we can maybe, if we have time, give a couple of examples what needs to be there for us to go. But this is our priority, to establish really good partnerships and really good network, so then we can go together. And why do we need several projects in parallel? Because then we can gain the knowledge, we can get them to share the knowledge and build the blueprint so that then it's really easy for any community anywhere in the world to do it because we have like a guidelines, we have a recipe how to do it. So we are really going towards building a platform and a network for all of us to meet, have meaningful conversations, but also meaningful actions, locally and also internationally.
I think what's really interesting is that there is a methodology that can actually be applied in lots of different places and they can be adapted to lots of different places. So that's, I think, the question that has to be discussed with the people that are involved, with the stakeholders that are relevant for each of the places. And I think that's an invitation also from your side to think about if this type of conversation, also your methodology, your projects can actually spark that type of inspiration, and everybody in their own position can think about how could we actually collaborate in those ways? Is that relevant for the people that we're working with? And can we be open to new types of engagement and strategies? And I think in science communications, we think a lot about this because we need to think about resonance in people, and you talked about younger generations, and it's really important that we actually take people where they're at with their interests and kind of connect it to the topics that we think are important in terms of also what the science says, and then be able to transmit that knowing and that knowledge and learning and be able to learn from each other in these multidisciplinary projects. So thank you so much for speaking to your experience. Looking at the time, maybe there's a short moment still if you want to share one last thing before we kind of close this couch talk, which we didn't have a couch, but we at least had chairs, and it served its purpose, before we sort of move on to the next session.
So I want to ask you one question, actually maybe two. How do we imagine 1,000 years today? And how do we go there? And how can we be good ancestors already today for the ones who come after us, for the future generations? And I want to close with a poem from this book that I think there is another copy somewhere, was there. So somebody has it. And this I wrote in 2018, that year that I just started working on the project. I soar between ridges of mountains, vast expanse, valley after valley. Streams come down from all directions. Unstoppable flow, meandering, eternal forest. Everything is motion. My gaze connects all. My ears hear continuity of sound. Life is never quiet. Beyond time, I see no borders. Every living being is essential. The future is mutual. We must imagine 1,000 years. It is a slow turning. Thank you.
Thank you so much for bringing some new inspiration, new type of potential for collaboration, and also a form of connecting knowledge to action, which is what we do. So if you want to connect with Evgenia, there are several ways. This is a QR code that you could save. There's also the website of Eternal Forests. I think you're open for collaborations. She's also going to be there tomorrow at the excursion. In the forest, so there's a lot of opportunity still to talk to her. And talking about the forest and the practice level, I'm really excited to ask my colleague Andreas Schuck to come up, because the next session is going to be about the practice level. And thank you so much for listening and being here with us.
Thank you.
After lunch and summer returning, which many said, ooh, it's hot. But I hope the panel will wake you up. give another perspective. I don't know, is this working? Can you hear me? Okay. So I hope you also engage with the panel during this second last session. Maybe a few introductory words. We're missing one. There is Anna. Great. I just reflect a little bit on the morning. And as you can see, our panel is slightly larger than the previous ones. This is due to the fact that we have very many different geographical regions within Europe, and this is also one we want to cover a bit, because there's not only geographical differences, but also differences in approaches, and with many other factors in the background which drive forestry and forest management. What we heard in the morning, Jürgen Auhus gave a very comprehensive presentation on integrative forest management, which then was followed by a very lively discussion, especially a statement that integrative forest management, I think, Elisabeth, you brought it up, jack of all trades. I really like that very much, that it is not one fits all. So that it is, but it has a certain framework. Also, integrative forest management being an opportunity, I call it opportunity, not forcing, science, policy, and practice to go into dialogue or to talk to one another. And here I also have to say, in two things, in a common language. I think many practitioners in this seminar would not be here because they don't understand English. So there's already this issue of a language barrier, so they would not be here. And the other is also the language that we use as scientists, as policymakers. Do we understand each other actually, really, in a sense of this? So this is also something to keep in mind. Andreas Rickling mentioned that we have a wide variety of integrative forest management approaches based on different, what did I write here? So that, you know, at different levels, that, you know, from country also way to sometimes even to the stand level, so that it's not to a particular kind of geographic or, let's say, a point. The publication by Frank Krumm, which was edited by him, How to Balance Forestry and Biodiversity Conservation, was also mentioned. There we tried to, or attempted to collect such cases of different good practice examples across Europe. And now we have here our panel, also reflecting different parts of Europe. And with this said, I would like to give the word to the panelists working in the practice and ask you to share your experiences from your daily work by first introducing yourself. I would like to start with Jonathan.
Is it working? Yeah. Thank you, Andreas. My name is Jonathan Spazzi, and I work with the Teagasc Forestry Development Department in Ireland. It's a forestry extension agency. We have a group of researchers, group of educators and advisors. I'm with the advisors, but I work very closely with the researchers and educators. I'm in the Midwest, and I primarily deal with private forest owners. So there was a good bit mentioned about the importance of focus on private owners this morning. So I previously worked as a forestry consultant in Ireland, assisting private owners with the transformation to integrated management, through close-to-nature management. And since 2017, I work with Teagasc, and I focus a lot of my work on developing and delivering training and education on close-to-nature management, both in forest and also lately, especially since COVID, online and blended formats. Since 2019, I'm an active member of the Integrate Network, and I also coordinate the Teagasc Telescope Network in Ireland and associated workshops. And last but not least, I'm collaborating with researchers in our own organisation and others on European research and development projects with relevance to forest resilience and integrated management.
Thank you, Jonathan. I would like to continue with Teresa.
Shall we change that?
Please, can you switch the slide, please?
So, yeah, meanwhile, I'm Teresa Vaijes. I come from Barcelona. I'm a forest engineer and I work for a public forest company of the Catalan government, which is called Centre de la Propietat Forestal, Forest Ownership Center, which main goal is to provide support to small private forest owners, which are 78% of our forests are privately owned. So we approve forest management plans, we give advice, we give also grants to the forest owners, and also in the department I work is innovation and knowledge transfer. So we participate in many European funded projects and networks, so we are part of Transformit too, Integrate Network too, and and we work very close with researchers, policy makers and forest owners. We are a type of special participatory administration where in our board of directors, 50% of the seats belong to forest owners and 50% of the seats to forest administration representatives.
Thank you, Teresa. Gregor, would you please give a short presentation?
Yes, thank you. I'm Gregor Danil. I'm coming from Slovenia. I'm a forest engineer. I have experience in 15 years of working in nature conservation. I was dealing with how to integrate nature conservation, especially biodiversity management, into the forestry management. And now, after 5 years, I'm here in Forestry Service leading the public institution, which is the largest public institution in Slovenia, and it's actually leading the development of Slovenian forests. We advise to almost 500,000 forest owners in all Slovenia. We make management plans for all forests in Slovenia, private or public forests. So we deal everything what is about in forests, and of course, for example, you didn't hear today, but we order for every tree that is cut in our forests. So it's coming together with the forest owners from our hands.
Thank you. Anna, please.
So my name is Anna Gazda, so I come from Poland, from the Krakow. I'm employed in the University of Agriculture at the Department of Forest Biodiversity. So in my research, I'm mainly focused on natural processes in natural ecosystems, forest ecosystems especially, and of course on the forest dynamics, and maybe a little bit opposite, I'm interested in non-native species introduced into our European forests, for instance, and the impact of these species on our native species or at all natural habitats.
Thank you. And last but not least, Daniel, please, a few words.
Okay, I'm Daniel. I'm working at the University Forest of the University of Würzburg, which is representing a private forest ownership. The university forest is owned by the university since 1582 and was initially thought to finance the professors. Yes, they also need a salary. Today we can probably finance still 1.5 professors. More is not possible anymore. But still we are not focusing only on timber production. We have several legs that we try to stand on, and one of them is, for example, seeds that we sell. We have several hectares of certified forest seed stands of, I think it's 12 tree species that we sell to mostly dealers and horticulture. Also, integrative forest management is the main kind of management that we implement. It's not. I was actually a little bit surprised that on ministerial level it was difficult to find people in Austria who have heard of the term integrative management. In our region, it's actually written in every concept, silvicultural concept, and it's even written in the law. So it's the most common thing to do.
Thank you very much. So I hope this gives you a flavor of the diversity here at the table also. And I would like to start with a few questions. I would start with Jonathan. He's been now waiting the longest. I don't know if I can just Go back, okay, fine. Jonathan, I hope some of you read the statements that were also there on the slides provided by the panelists, and you had like communicating new integrated management systems, co-creating forest transformation as a statement, and I would like to ask you, also based on your introduction, can you give us some examples of policy tools available in Ireland to forest owners as you work a lot with them to assist with this transformation from a more single tree, even aged plantation, to a more diverse forest, managed more close to nature?
Sure. First thing to say, perhaps, is that in Ireland we have a particular situation. As you might know, Ireland experienced near total deforestation, and currently we're in the middle of a historic reforestation program, and with that we are in the middle of a forest culture development program as well. So it creates particular challenges when trying to promote integrative forest management, but also give some opportunities. As I mentioned, I work as an advisor, so I work with forest owners, and in my day-to-day work I would discuss with owners options, practicable options, so from clear felling to close to nature management. And in the last 4 years, there was a very good discussion on policy earlier that we might link back to. In the last 4 years, we've seen the development of policy tools, financial tools, basically money available to forest owners to incentivize the change of practice towards more close to nature systems. In my experience, so far they've been essential in many cases to owners to make the decision to change from what is considered standard practice to a new, less tested, if you will, roadmap, development path as a way of mitigating the uncertainties. So it's a financial incentive towards that. I'm also pleased to say that through my work as a forest development officer, I was able to feed some insights through various years of practice and engaging with owners into the policy development that is now come back to me in the forms of policy tools. So I've been up and down, sort of an elevator between policy and practice, which I think has been very productive, and I think it's a space where we probably need more people. I don't know if it was mentioned so far. But in essence, what we have available to owners, there are 3 financial incentive packages. One is a planting level. Owners can access financial resources to plant new forest, mixed species forest, to be managed as permanent, productive, diverse forests through continuous cover forest management. The full cost of establishment is covered. A 4-year maintenance cost is also covered, and there is an income of almost €1,000 per hectare per year for 20 years for farmers. So it's a substantial amount of resources. For forest at thinning stage, we have a support measure to assist the owners with the planning and the execution of transformation thinning. It's a program over 12 years. It's €1,200 per hectare per annum to cover the additional cost of particular expertise or additional measure like underplanting or biodiversity enhancement. And for sites and forests that are not in a state to be transformed, we have just this year a funding that would assist with the cost of replanting the forest as a mixed diverse species, moving away from a single species monocultural plantation, again, to be managed as a multi-purpose, permanent, diverse forest. So, as I mentioned, the impact of those financial incentives have been very positive in my experience, but beyond the money available, what I find is that there's greater confidence, there's an additional confidence in the viability of alternative systems, not just for forest owners, but importantly for forestry practitioners and even contractors in terms of allocating resources to maybe develop particular skills or even acquire particular specialized equipment From a training point of view, has also generated a framework to work to additional resources for training, and has given particular focus to the whole effort. So the feedback so far, we only have 4 years experience, and we're monitoring and reviewing, but the presence of financial incentives to forest owners has certainly been an important catalyst in Ireland to move towards more integrated systems.
Thank you, Jonathan. I think this reflects very nicely back to the policy session that we had. Actually, here's a practical implementation of that such incentives do work and are accepted, and if they're communicated also in a proper way by people like Jonathan in his work. Let's move to Teresa. You read the statement here, and it was a longer one, but I think it was a very good one where it's, in the end it said like, we can increase biodiversity in the forest, and that also helps with other services, to provide other services if we didn't have a lack of it, right? I would like to go into what is also, very prominent in your region, is especially the resilience of forests. So how do you see whether measures of making forests more resilient towards disturbance risks in Catalonia, in Spain, do they conflict with biodiversity conservation, with the provision of other ecosystem services? And do you prioritize or not?
Well, as a short answer, it would be theoretically there's no conflict, but in practice there are some conflict. So maybe I thought about like 4 examples that I could maybe share with you. The first one is that we, in fact, restoring functional biodiversity is, for us, it's already an adaptation measure, to increase resilience. So no conflict at all, theoretically. So we embrace very much this idea, and we managed to convince our general director to launch a scheme based on integration and segregation, 2 lines, one for integration of biodiversity conservation measures into productive forestry, and another one on creating reserves, so that forest owners could apply. But the thing is that we were too quick. We believe we were a little bit too quick with this measure, because we didn't really understood what these ideas that have been presented today meant to our context. So it was really created expectations, but it also confusion in a way, So in the end, after 2 years, only 1 reserve have been created, because, there's difficulties in that. So one main point, this first point would be that, although maybe there's political will, there's money to be there, but knowledge, context-adapted knowledge, this we're lacking. So that's why we're working in Transform It. Second idea, the second measure we advocate for as an adaptive measure is related to this idea that we've heard today from many speakers, that we should, one of the integrative forest management measures is intentionally unmanaged forests. But in our case, we advocate just for the contrary. So we want to manage unintentionally unmanaged forests, which is what we have the most. We have hectares and hectares of young stands of pines, and it's not there, but it was in the slide, that we believe as an adaptation measure, we want to accelerate succession to have less trees, but more vital and less vulnerable, but also to accelerate our road to have more mature forests in our land. But this is difficult to pass on this message, to this type of forest. So there are ways. Third one would be to link also to the comment that Mark Palai made this morning. We want to recover the mosaic type kind of landscape that we used to have in the Mediterranean. And this is good both for adaptation, so fire prevention, but also for biodiversity, because when you look closer at what's happening in biodiversity in our area, you see that for most generalist species, forest species, their populations are stable or increasing, and what we are lacking really is all these species linked to open areas, to bushy areas, and agricultural land, and pollinators, butterflies, etc. So these are in decline. So it's theoretically, we all want, and this is written in many policies. We want mosaic type kind of forest, but when a farmer, a forest owner is brave enough to be able to ask for transforming an hectare of forest into an agroforest, into pasture land or agricultural land, there's so many sticks, not carrots, that he has to face, that they are discouraged totally. And the last example would be we also advocate in terms of adaptation of our forest to assist the self-adaptation of the forest. For that, we rely on disturbances. We have so many disturbances right now, not only fire, but for the last 3 years, we had this very strong drought. Many pine trees were dying, and we advocate for proactive managing this forest, so to take advantage of the opportunity that these disturbances provide to us to diversify these homogeneous pine species. But then again, this is, so we have some subsidies to do that, but the thing here was that because there was money, there was to be put into this action, but there were no workers, no forest workers to do all the work because the amount of work is so big. So my last message would be, we have to look at social resilience to our forest sector, and our forest owners associations need to be strong, because when disturbance come, we will be ready.
Thanks for this insight, and I see there's many issues that, yeah, like you said, like hindrances, although at first it might look very straightforward, but it is not. Maybe because it's linked, I would ask Anna now as the next question to you, and you stated we need to make good decisions, and that reflects also what Teresa was saying, and with your background, you know, and we had the climate impacts. So having seen these dramatic climatic events to forests in many parts of Europe over the last years, the discussion on also these tree species that may be suitable for the future is heavily or heatedly debated, right? What to recommend to forest practitioners from a scientific perspective?
So this is a really very important question, but it is not so easy to answer this question in a simple way, simply to give a simple recipe, for instance, to plant Norway spruce or something like this. So it is impossible to answer this question, and at first we ought to define the term suitable species. So it depends on the point of view, it depends on the group of interests, so due to the timber production or due to the conservation, biological conservation. So we made to say on the base of our research that it is worth to enrich our forests due to the number of species. So not only to focus on one species, so to be able to create these silviculture rules for multi-species forest, uneven-aged forest, of course. And the most important is to be able to create a special type of patches of areas for our native species to regenerate in natural way and to be able to reach this biodiversity level too of our forest. Of course, not only natural forest, but this is very important for managed forest too, so simply to give the opportunity to our species, our native species, to move in different directions, to spread in free way. So it is very important just now because, you know, a lot of areas were converted into industrial areas, into streets, into agriculture areas. So it is very difficult to cross distances in a very short period in natural way. So we have discussed about the tree species, but of course the tree species are habitat for a lot of other species of our organisms. So it is really very important. Of course, you may to set, it was described, for instance, by Rosenzweig in his famous book, Win-Win Ecology. This is possible to follow these rules, but it is not so easy, of course, due to the economic point of view of people, of foresters who are interested mainly in timber production. So it is very difficult to share this conservation and a production within every square meters. So we have to arrange special types of patterns, of course, where to be able to combine these activities with ecosystem services, different ecosystem services, due to the different tree species. I've mentioned about the mixed forest, but of course sometimes due to the fertility of habitats, the quality of habitats, they are naturally dominated by mainly one species. So the best solution is to cooperate with scientists all the time, and of course to try to answer different questions, because now we made to create a special types of models about the future of our tree species, but following our knowledge simply about the realized niche. So we try to say something more about the ecological aspects, genetics, epigenetics aspects, and of course integration between different species.
Thank you for that. Also here we see there's a lot of need from science to talk to practice, also find the right language and understanding for the scientific inputs, and also the convincing on which way to go forward. I would like to ask Gregor now, coming back a bit more from the disturbances, more back to your statement, managing forests for the benefit of nature and people. So what in your experience, I mean, you've been dealing with this, as you said, for a very long time, when it comes to addressing multiple potentially conflicting objectives of forest management while promoting biodiversity in managed forests. What would you elaborate on that?
Yeah, especially for understanding what was already today said, it's a lot of diversity of aspects of doing it. So you have to understand that in Slovenia we have a high standard, that everything, like we were talking in some parts of Austria, it's already in the legislation. We have a law regulation, clear cutting is not allowed more than 70 years. So it's a high standard. So we are talking then, we are not changing everything on head, but we are doing some specialities and making, like it was said today, for example, a clear connection to what we are doing. For example, we are thinning the stands, and we are doing it also for the biodiversity, for the, I don't know, some species. We are thinning in some different way that we were in past, for example. So this you have to understand when you are talking about our country and what we are doing with the multiple objectives. Then you have to also understand that we have 3 levels of planning for all the forests, regardless of ownership. So this government gives forest owner for free. So, and we also have the advisory. So in first we discuss the objectives on regional level. So we try to put it on strategic level, then you have to go to the unit level, and then of course to the operational level together with the forest owner or manager of the public forests. So it's this process. You have to have a process to discuss multiple objectives, and then you have to agree together what is the vision, what future do you see in this forest, what would you like to have. So you have a different aspects, but I think that disturbances, now in last 10 years, was high disturbances in Slovenian forests, showed us that also the forest owners that are in past was very fond of spruce because of the economic value and so on, they're starting to learn the diversity of forest species. The stability of stands is very, very important because we have situations that in disturbances all the farms lost their income for 100 years. So this is really a tragedy for them. So this is then the understanding that we are not doing something biodiversity, that something is out of the box complex, but it's doing for us, for their, and also for their economy. Also disturbances teach us that maybe even the Slovenian foresters in past were doing too slow some things. You said you have a lot of stands that are younger. We have it less. We have it two small patches of this. So the disturbances did something that maybe foresters should do with more active forestry. And now the nature is surprising us because the tree species that are getting up, that are in juvenile phases, it's unbelievable. It's the common tree species that we used to have before the economic point of view. So it's really teaching us that it's not everything wrong, that if you look as a biodiversity, the whole, the ecosystem of forest, but you have to agree that what would you like to have from these forests. This is the most important. You have to agree on strategic level and of course on the forest owner level, on the local level.
Thanks. I think that was a very good intervention from you, Gregor. I think this also very much links to what I was going to ask Daniel. Here we hear a lot, we're seeing things happening, right? Based on events, right? And you, Daniel, I mean, I don't know what, I didn't do anything. It's not me, right? I mean, you have worked on both sides, right? Daniel has worked, of course, in research, as he mentioned in his introduction, for many years, especially also on the topic of integration of biodiversity to forest management, and is now actually a head of a forest enterprise. Now he's on the other side, doing the practical implementation. So Daniel, maybe to get your input or your experience from these both perspectives. So what are the drivers and hindrances that you see for integrated forest management, from looking from with these two different perspectives?
I can't keep it as short and sharp as Jürgen Bauer's, but I would say hindrances, there are none. Because actually I can do whatever I want. I don't have a boss. And the driver is I want to do it, right? Because I have done research myself. I know quite a lot of the research that's been done in this field, and the evidence is just quite clear in some aspects, and we try to implement this. So one aspect is just the retention aspect. So maybe I must explain, our forest is actually, we're in a luxury position because most of the forest is already there where we want to have it. We don't have to transform most of it. One aspect that is also a bit special is that in our area in general, there used to be a lot of standards with copies, forests mainly dominated by oak. And there was a wave of modernization in the 1960s. And one of the guys that was the head of the university forest at that time, he was of the opinion that the old oaks have to be removed and some more modern forests should be planted. So he cut off, unfortunately, a large portion of the old oaks and planted the area with pine and Norway spruce, of which today almost nothing is left. Nature has taken over, and we have probably almost 90% broadleaves now, and mostly, I'd say it's 95% is native species. The downside is that a large portion, almost 50% of the forest, is younger than 70 years. So what we are lacking in these parts of the forest is not the tree species, but the large dimensioned and old trees. And now we are doing research in how we can enrich those, let's say, boring, middle-aged, middle-dark forests. And since I don't have anybody telling me what to do, and I don't have to ask permission, I can experiment, and I invite many researchers, and we have done fantastic experiments with high stumps, with creating deadwood, with creating artificial microhabitats. And that's really fun part of the work, I must say.
I can say that's true. I visited the forest, so I know what Daniel's talking about. But maybe just this point, I mean, maybe just a short answer on that, because I think it's just eminent now, because you say you use research, and you base it on research, because you were in research. But how do you, I mean, do you see that the scientific knowledge reaches the practice? It may reach you, yes, as you explained now, but if not, why, or if yes, what is the best way to do it?
Mm. Well, it's a bit difficult to say, but if I speak, let's say, for my region, for my state, Bavaria, I think, yes, research does reach the practice. There is a research institute who is specifically dedicated to do research for the practical side, and they are mostly doing research that is focusing on how to implement these aspects of integrative management. And there's, there are not many civicultural trainers, there are just 2 for the whole state, but all the foresters are regularly going through training. And my impression is, on all the meetings that we have regularly in the area, most people know exactly what to do. Not always maybe in all these different aspects. They might not know the latest research on bat habitat, but in general, they have quite good guidelines also. And I think it reaches the practice. Okay. And we are not only organized on a state level, but also privately. There's like associations like ProSilva, etc., where most of the guys are, most of the foresters are organized, and we regularly meet. It's always the same faces that I see, and we exchange a lot. And my feeling is that most people actually know what to do.
Thanks, Daniel. Maybe I'll just expand that question to the others, and because we had also I have here some notes, also this interaction we heard from Jonathan, but also from Gregor, also Teresa, about this importance of the interaction with the practitioners, forest owners. So what role do you see in training, education? How do you do it? And what are your experiences? Jonathan, maybe you start.
Yeah, it's essentially we move together, as it can't just be the forest owners, the policymaker, or the practitioner. We need to create a community of change. So how do you do it? You start communicating and engaging with one another and trying to find common ground. It was mentioned yesterday, the Transform It, getting on the same page. So I think that's the first step, trying to develop a vision that we can share, that we can all see the need for it. We can all find something that is necessary to us, especially forest owners. I mean, I'm biased. I've worked with forest owners primarily, but I think half of forests in Ireland are private, and I think Europe is probably, across Europe, is a pattern. In Ireland, the private ownership is growing, and there was mention of sustainability, rural sustainability, businesses. That's a big part. It's outside the question you put into me, but training to what, ultimately, to manage a forest, to produce what, for what market. So it's broader than just within the forest. You mentioned involving society, and to me society is working society as well. So it's a very complex proposition, but we have to move together. I work regularly with forest owners, with the ProSilva organization, as well as other foresters, and we just use the resources we have to organize training formats, but we first need to understand what we're trying to achieve, and what does the training focus on? So it's very complex, and the more you look at it, the more complex it gets. And someone said it's not rocket science, it's worse than rocket science. In some respects, it's very complex. But communication and coordination between all parties is essential. If we don't have coordination, if policy, research, owners move in different directions, I don't think we're going to achieve it.
Thanks. Maybe two short statements, Teresa and Gregor. And then I would still like to open the floor to the audience.
No, just that I just wanted to point out again the importance of the context-specific measures that we are defining from the scientific point of view. This won't be possible. You have to include this local knowledge, and this is really what we are working now in, because with all these new ideas, bringing back there and trying to engage them, and we're doing so by participating in projects like that. We have invited powerful forest owners to this meeting so that they can go back and then discuss themselves. We are in other European funded projects. We also have a network of demonstration areas in their land, and with this we try to see what we do already, is it far away from what we are proposing, which is, because if it's working, we don't have to change. I mean, we're talking always in change, but maybe it's not necessary in some areas, but also to prove, to try to test these new ideas in a particular given context. And just in the I don't know if, probably you didn't notice in the slide, there was like a subliminal message on that, because it was, I portrayed this student from Belgium who came to our forest to test this arboreal app, which is an app to measure trees. And then we brought him to these forests. He was so shocked, no? And the app was almost about to explode, no? Because, but then we worked with him. We worked with the app developers, and then now we have something that it's so it's this kind of ongoing work we have to do.
Gregor?
Yeah, maybe another point of view is, for us, for our institution, is how to train our employees. That means district foresters, the foresters that are doing it on the field. We have luck because we are in the same building like Forest Institute, so the research can come easily to practitioners. So the cooperation is obligatory. But for me, it's very, very important that the knowledge comes, the knowledge, why are we doing something a little bit different, that they know, that they can understand, because if they understand, they can then take this explanation to the forest owner, and this is much important. For example, the worst case scenario is if the district forester is talking to the forest owner and it's something new, and forest owner says, why I should do this, I don't know, and the district forester says, because Brussels says so. This is the worst case scenario, but it was happening. It was Natura 2000, it was happening, I think, in all Europe. So, because we didn't know to explain how to do it and why are we doing it. To a little bit of broader view. We were talking about butterflies, we were talking about single birds and so on, but we didn't understand or explain the situation, why the broader picture of this. So this is, for me, very, very important. First, we have to have a knowledge, because today we heard the business as usual on different levels, but business as usual, I think, is gone. Then we have to learn, to explain, to be networking, to research, to see what's happening, because I cannot say what will happen in 1,000 years, like we heard in previous, because the nature is taking surprises every 2 years in our country. So,
especially now in these last few years, you don't know what's going to happen next year. Thank you very much. I would like to open, because I see the time is running, to open the floor to the audience, to please take the opportunity to ask the colleagues here on the panel a question that you have. I see a hand right here. Stephen?
Thank you to the panel.
we can't, it's not working. Or otherwise just stand up and... Maybe Stephen, just get up.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll try to speak up. No? Yeah, now it's working. Okay. Thanks to the panel for the contributions. And I also think that foresters do know what they do, but I think the problem is not so much getting science to practice, let's say through the foresters, but to mobilize the forest owners who are inactive. And that's a thing, I think, a big challenge that we have. And I don't know if any one of you could respond to that, how to do this. And Jonathan, you said, yeah, you have, and we also in Germany have funding programs for forest owners, and that's a good tool, but you still need to reach or mobilize the inactive ones. And that's a really big challenge in my view.
Who would like?
As a very short answer to that, it's just showing examples. It's just as simple as that. I mean, then you have, how do you bring people to the forest? How you bring forests to the people? So there's a massive work of communication and engagement that is probably, the more I get into it, the bigger it gets. So maybe we are underestimating the scale of resources needed to communicate. And you're right, we have a big problem in you as well, Teresa, probably inactive owners, because they don't see the point is not worth their effort to getting into the forest. There's a lot of regulatory problems, barriers, the markets mightn't be available. So yeah, there's a huge opportunity at the same time, but the answer to the question for me is examples. Foster them, find them, communicate them, and learn from them.
So yeah, we think we need credible and applicable messages to pass on. We work with a lot with local forest owners associations. We try to foster them, and then now, for instance, in the last grants that we are launching, we include like the cost of a facilitator, so to engage for local forest owners in that, and in all the programs we have now, we are working with that. I think that this is a key, so to recognize the role of this facilitator who is really reaching out for the forest owners, the non-active ones. And also disturbances are helping us a lot, so to create awareness on the need for forest management in owners that don't know nothing about forests or not even know where the forests are. And in the end, money. If you go there with money, then yeah, you probably get some engagement there.
Yes, I can only agree with Jonathan and Teresa. We also have one situation. We have around, like I said, almost 500,000 forest owners, small patches, we can say small-scale forestry. So now for EUDR, which is, I don't know for the Brussels, but for us is a living nightmare, because we have around 100,000 of forest owners that are coming to the market. So who will arrange this? Bureaucracy and IT system for all of them. I know some of you knows this. So in our case, in some cases, it's like that they must do something. And then this is, how to say, a trigger to understanding the forest, to understanding what is the forest and why the ownership of forest is also the responsibility. Ownership is not only I have a forest, it's nice, okay, but it's also the responsibility. It's also responsibility for active management of this forest, especially if you have a little bit changed structures or you have a tree species that you don't usually are not, you have a degradation or something like that. So this is some point of view that now that we are combining the forest parcels together, they are selling the forest, that we have the larger parts of the owners and so on. So it's, in Slovenia it's also a tradition. We do not trust each other. So this is a problem because everything is that he will steal something from you, the neighbor, and this is a problem because then the associations don't have such a strength that they could do something different to make a difference. So this is also, it's a traditional thing, and it's very hard to change people's mindset. So this is the hardest way. So
any other questions in the audience? I didn't see any hands. Is there anyone else? Elisabeth, in the front.
Yeah, it's kind of a follow-up question or also a comment to also Stephen's question. And I think we have been circling around a specific topic like for the entire day, but it's never really being explicitly discussed because we talked about this, the importance of the local businesses or the local economies, and then also the impact of these global businesses, that drive the market and push the forest owners towards very restricted assortments, and the timber prices are going down and so on. And then, sometimes we mention, money might also be a solution. But also Daniel said it. Yeah, beforehand, the university was able to pay the entire professorship, or at least that was the intention, with that forest. And now it's only one professor or 1.5 professors that could be still paid from that very same forest. So why are not we really talking about these facts that the timber prices have gone down by 80 to 90% over the last 100 years? And it's still the sole income source, traditional sole income source for forest managers. And we are, requiring them to do more and more and, provide all the ecosystem services. And at the same time, with what money? Forest management is difficult. It's hard work. It's dangerous. And then we are complaining that nobody wants to do this anymore. And we also don't pay them. I think we really have to speak up and say, okay, with these timber prices, and as long as they are the sole income source, and if you don't have the windmills and so on, it's not possible anymore. Again, I'm saying it, timber prices have gone down 80, 90% over the last 100 years, and still the same management is expected. How should that work?
Next, maybe Daniel, would you want to respond?
Well, fortunately, we have something like the triad management in place, like Jürgen Bauers described. So we have a little bit of conifer forest left that actually is producing most of the income. It's really difficult to create a good income with all these broadleaf species, and it's mainly a lack of market. And it's not so much about the small businesses. I mean, I'm surrounded by maybe still 60 small sawmills that are not doing bad. They have the competition advantage that they have a short transportation ways from our forest to their sawmills, but there's simply nobody left to take over. There's nobody there to work, so they're giving up. And it's really hard to sell this high valuable timber to anyone. And still, I have the difficulty that the industry or the customers try to shape what we do in the forest and not vice versa. So the market does not adapt. We have this discussion now with these damages in oak timber, because there's a lot of oak decline going on at the moment, and there's these little creepy crawlies that make little holes in the timber. And it's a natural product. It should be fine, but as soon as you have a little hole in it, the price drops dramatically. And so we try to bring a natural product on the market, but it should look like plastic. And at the same time, the plastic industry creates a design that looks like wild timber. It's a bit crazy. So I'm not sure, we have no power on the market. We cannot really influence this from the forest owner. side. There was several meetings over the last months that was very much dominated by mostly the owners of sawmills, and some of them were large players. And they're only talking about how to reduce the prices when there's damaged timber. And they're worried that when they buy the timber from us, that they bring in some of the beetles to their storages. But there's no aspect of talking, okay, how maybe we should invest in more marketing and tell people, okay, you buy a natural product, so this is how it looks. I mean, there is no, it's still the same timber, right? It's not that it's breaking easily. It just looks a bit different. And I think it should be worthwhile to have a good price for a natural product, even if it does not look maybe like plastic.
Maybe one short, but I see that we're out of time, and maybe just maybe really short, Teresa, because I don't want to delay.
In our case, yeah, that is true. The low prices have really destroyed the sector, and now that we want to reactivate it, then we don't find people working in it. No? But now what we have high expectations is in the possibilities of cross-laminated timber for our type of pines. So the sawmill, the government has invested in the sawmills to change from pallet production to cross-laminated timber in the future. But you've seen we have lots of pine areas that they need their first investment, so to be able to, in the future, to be able to be self-sustainable by selling wood. And this first investment is what we build we call for these ecosystem services that this management provides. So we are also building this new market or system of climate credits, market voluntary system. And this is engaging lots of forest owners because we are advertising them as part of the solution and not of the problem, because one of the barriers is not only money, it's the social perception of management, of cutting trees. And they don't want to, I mean, they have lots of conflicts if they cut a forest without support and without explaining why this forest is cut. And through this payment for ecosystem services schemes, they are really feeling that even if they don't earn money, just pay for the works, they are seen as a part of the solution, so they feel like a little bit proud of contributing to something. And that is also, it's another new driver that we didn't have before. It was only bioeconomy. It has always been bioeconomy.
Thanks very much. I think we have to stop. We are a bit over time, but we started 5 minutes late. But still, so I would like to thank the panel here, the practice panel. I think this made a nice wrap-up, also linked to the other panels, although I think, I don't know who said it, about we're still talking in silos here, at least on stage. But I think we did exchange very well, and also bring our thoughts into the links to research, the links to policy, and we heard that now actually from the panelists here on the practice level. I would like to thank you very much for that, and would now end this session.
I can see a lot of people leaving. We're not done yet. We still have a fourth session, which is about the network. If you want to go to the bathroom really quickly, that's allowed, but please come back.
Start in 5 minutes.
With 5 minutes.
It's basically you controlling the microphones. Okay, so how many do we have in the end? Or do we?
There are 4, and 2 in the audience with 2 people holding it and giving.
Okay, perfect. So I can give 1 microphone per.
Not mine. Are you ready? Hola? Hello, everyone. Welcome to the last session of our seminar. I know that it has been a very long day, but promise we will keep it short, precise, and dynamic as possible. And this last session is called The Networks, and we have heard so many times about working together, not in silos. And with this session, you will have the opportunity to get to know 4 different networks. But before entering into the discussion, I want to do a very simple exercise with you all. I would like you all to close your eyes a little bit. Close your eyes. No more emails, no more WhatsApp messages. It's just for a minute. Let's go back to our teenager times. Also, the setting works and serves for this purpose. I see still some eyes open. Great. So, the teacher says that we have to deliver a homework, and it's on ourselves. We can decide when to start, the quality that we want to deliver, even the colors. We decide on everything. But now let's go back to those memories when the teacher said, you have to work in teams. Oh, gosh. The first thought is, I hope I'm not in the same team as the laziest classmate, or at least with my friends. But then, when the team is built up, what happened? You notice that, I am with my classmate that I don't really get along so well, because every person has their own vision. But then you start having the conversation of, well, I'm very good at drawing. Another person said, I'm very good at presenting. And then you come up with all the strengths and the good skills that everyone has. And then you manage to deliver your homework. And now let's open our eyes, because now we are adults, and the challenge is still there. How to work in teams, how to work together. And we are not addressing a very simple topic. We are talking about IFM. So, all can get summarized by saying that unity makes a strength. And after this session, as I said, you will get to know 4 different networks, working with different types of expertise from different backgrounds. And I will also use the screen to show to you more information about them, so then you can finally see how in practice this network works outside. Now, I want to invite to introduce our speakers. We have Roland Damen, representing the EFI Bioregions facility. Roland is the chair of Bioregions since 2022 and works for the Ministry of Agriculture and Consumer Protection of the state of North Rhine-Westphalia in the Department of Forestry. We also have with us Georg Frank, who is the current chair of Integrative Network. Georg is a forest engineer and works at the Austrian Forest Research Center, and he's also lecturer at the University of Natural Resources and Life Sciences, BOKU, in Vienna. Representing ProSilva, we have Thomas Verschka, who is the current president of the network and director of the University Forest Enterprise at Mendel University in Brno in the Czech Republic, and also his associated professor of silviculture in the same university.
Last but not least, we have the participation of Tony Ventre, who is today representing the Mediterranean Model Forest Network, where he is the General Secretary since 2019, on behalf of the Tuscany region. Tony is a forest engineer, director of the forest sector for 21 years in a local administration in Tuscany, working about sustainable forest management, among other topics. Please, let's introduce our speaker. So now I will let the experts to introduce and talk more about their network. They will briefly introduce each one. And let's start with Roland, representing the bioregions facility. Okay, something has happened to the slides. Okay, Roland.
What about the slide? What about the slide? Oh, no slide?
I don't know what happened to the slides.
Okay.
So you will see all our... That's it.
Okay, I start anyway, not to lose time. Yeah. I'm only, as Cecilia said, I'm only the chair of bioregion, which actually doesn't mean a lot. I'm the first one at the lunch buffet or dinner buffet, and I'm so glad that the really working people are here as well, among them Siebe and Ignacio, and I'm replacing my colleague Stephanie, who suddenly became ill. Bioregions is one of the newer institutions, bioregions facility, newer institutions of EFI. It's a network of European regions in terms of forest-based bioeconomy. We want to promote and the forest-based bioeconomy. We started in 2020 on the, I think it was the 9th or 10th of March in Bilbao. That was 2 or 3 days before the shutdown due to COVID. It was quite an exciting days then. But we started with the Basque Country and Northern Westphalia and North Karelia in Finland, with the aim to extend our network, of course. North Karelia, something special. They actually only still as an observer, not a full member, but we replaced North Karelia with now Catalonia, luckily, and we have some more, let's say, related and more interesting regions to come. Our aim is to become a network of 10 European regions. Why regions? Regions are closer to the practice, actually. They're closer to the forest, they're closer to the resources than a whole state. We also got requests from European states, but that doesn't fit into our idea or system. So, no, Malta hasn't applied, but Malta we wouldn't accept because it's a state. We address all levels in society, in politics, in practice. We have different activities addressing the policymakers. We have different activities addressing the practical people. We have different approaches and approaches to reach the industry, the timber industry, and so on. So we're doing a lot of activities. When I started, for me as a forester, I thought forest-based bioeconomy is based on the two elements, lignin and cellulose. That's when God created the world. He created Adam and Eve, and he created cellulose and lignin. That's everything is based on. You can't imagine what you can do with these two elements. But I learned later on that it's not just these elements. It's not just the timber we're working with. That's in other regions in Europe, timber is not that important than, for example, in Germany, in our state, Northern Westphalia, or let's say in Finland, or any other highly forested country. but it's also forest-based industries also providing ecosystem services. Like Catalonia, the water question, the water issue is really, really important. So that's also part of forest-based bioeconomy. We had I come later, I guess, some of our events. We had a guest from Castilla y León. He said he presented in my eyes a fantastic idea of providing people with mushrooms. Mushroom picking, they have a system. Fantastic. That's also forest-based bioeconomy. So you have a really broad approach to that. And it's really fantastic to work in this field, to see all the different things that are going on in the forest. It's not only just timber, it's everything what's related to forestry, and of course the nature. So, I mean, is that okay for the moment?
Yes, sadly we couldn't manage to get your slide, but we can come later
I'll come back later to what we are, to our activities. Okay, so I will pass.
So now, Tomasz, would you like to talk more about the work of ProSilva?
I have to see my slide.
That happens when you have a Mac.
Yeah, good afternoon. This is a very short overview. I think a lot of you knows the ProSilva movement because it's a relatively old organization. We were established in '89 in Slovenia, in the village Robanov Kot. It means it's 35 years ago, but ProSilva follows the former German movement Arbeitsgemeinschaft für naturgemäße Waldwirtschaft, established in 1950 in Germany. Yeah? And from this point of view, yeah, this is the fourth slide. Yeah. Yeah, by regions. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So. What is our main target group? They are the practitioners. In this moment, we have the branches in 23 European countries, and we have more than 6,000 members. 80% or 70 to 80% are the people from the daily forestry practice, and I think it is our main power, main heritage. And we are in very good cooperation with US New England Forestry Association, which is focused on integrated forest management in Northeast USA, the same in the New Zealand forestry associations, etc. And it was a question from organizers about the funding. I would like to say we are all volunteers. My job is leading the forestry enterprise, 10,500 hectares. This is daily job for full time, but the ProSilva is for me the love for the nights, and the same as for our members. And the final question: why to be a member of our organization? For us, it's important. To share the knowledges between us, between the states, between the bioregions, and to spread the knowledges outside the training of the students, young people, practitioners, etc. So this is, in brief, something about ProSilva.
Thank you very much. Tomasz mentioned something very interesting, which is that this network is voluntary. And I want to come back to bioregions and ask, what is the funding scheme that in bioregion is implemented and how it works?
Yeah, okay. Okay, you see the lines of actions are policy, learning, innovation, awareness, and so on. So we are working in this field with different activities. We have, for example, organizing once a year the Bioeconomy Innovation Day. This year it was in Germany, in Lemgo, and we had some presentations there from practitioners who's inventing all things based on forestry. As I said, we had this mushroom picking thing, we had wood construction and all these areas. You can't imagine what you can do with timber, with forests. We also do, of course, networking. We're working close together with the Committee of Regions, for example, in Brussels, and all the other bioeconomy networks that are quite popular, like ERIAF and Vanguard and so on. So go to the next one. That's we opened in March. What I said with the three regions. It's fun. The funding is done by the regions itself. We pay, as the biggest region in this facility, we pay a little bit more than the other ones. And of course, it's very simple. The more regions are members, the lesser we pay. The lesser they have to pay. It's around, we pay around 50,000 euros a year, but it's going less, of course, if the more regions are coming. Hopefully, we find some level of 25,000 euros. We address startup innovators. We have one activity that's quite interesting. It's called the speed dating. The speed dating, we are now starting series number 4 next year on wildfires. We had speed dating on forest monitoring, inventory, the carbon market. So in this, companies, institutions, in a very shortly, very quickly can present themselves and do the networking with the other people who are listening to it. It's always online, the speed dating. We address students, as I said. We made a survey among students what their perception of bioeconomy is. We're addressing policymakers. Of course, in end of November, we have the Bioregions Summit in Brussels, Region Summit in Brussels, where we hope to attract a lot of high-level politicians from the regions, from the EU, and so on. We address, of course, government and industry. If you want to have a look at the policy, we're collecting the bioeconomy strategies of different countries and different regions, so we can compare it on our website, what's going on there. And we have, well, what I said in the beginning, we're covering the whole forest from the wood value chain. We're quite strong in wood construction issues. We're not just focused on forest and wood, but also on other products of the forestry. And we test the concept, and one of the main tasks is, of course, learning from other regions. This is one of the really important things. Actually, that's the basic of EFI, to learn from each other, to have events like this, to listen to people, to meet people, to learn from each other, what's going on. Nobody has to invent the wheel again in the region. So we always talk together and sharing ideas and things like that. So that's one of the, that's actually the idea we have behind the whole regions, get together, work together, and create a better future for everybody, actually. That's the approach that we have and the aim that we have.
Thank you, Roland. I expect for everybody it's clear that the particularity of bioregions is that it brings the concept of bioeconomy, which was something mentioned earlier today during one session, but also the value chain perspective is quite important. And now I'm going to give the floor to Tony to talk about the Mediterranean Model Forest Network and talk about what is the level, what the network is working, the main target group, also how the funding comes. Tony, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, and also to resist at this time. And first of all, I would like to thank the EFI to give us this opportunity to present our network and what we are trying to do. And so I'm here on behalf of Tuscany Region Government. I work in the Forestry Directorate in the Tuscany Region, but my role is like General Secretary of the Mediterranean Model Forest Network, which is based in Florence since 2019, after 10 years when the Secretariat was well managed by the Castilla y León region and CESEFOR. And what's the level? The principle of our network are sustainability, landscape, and partnership. And so the level, I think that the best definition is to have a global approach, from local to global. And it's an old concept, but it works still now. And this our job, what we are trying to do in the last 32 years around over the world, is to merge the high-level policies with the needs of the local communities, mainly in the rural areas, where we have a lot of problems everywhere. And regarding the main targets, so we work at the local level in each model forest with all the stakeholders, all the categories, public and private, forest owners, farmers, environmental associations, and the list is too long. And because the point regarding the integrative forest management, but this morning and every day, all day, and also yesterday in the network, we talk about this, because we need to have all categories, mainly in the rural areas where we have few people. And I think that we can do a lot of, we can have a lot of innovation, a lot of concept, but it's very difficult to manage without people. And so the first challenge is focus that. And in this moment, regarding the dimension of our network, in the network of the Mediterranean area, we have 9 model forests officially recognized, 1 candidate, and 3 initiative model forests in 10 countries, in different countries. And regarding the funds, we work for the Secretariat Tuscany region since 2019, funded the work of the Secretariat, the job of the Secretariat, but we work in the European program. Now in this moment we are working on 3 Horizon projects, and we have finished one right now or 2 months ago, and LIFE program and Erasmus Plus and the COST, and we have agreements with FAO, and regarding mainly the forest and restoration, forest and leadership restoration, landscape and forest restoration program. So for the acronym is very big trouble. But we have also an initiative regarding fundraising for specific project in each or more model forest. So this is enough for now.
Thank you so much. I really like the fact that we have heard the names of different countries, the US, Canada, Italy, the name of different regions. So I think we are very fortunate to have these 4 networks working in a broader scope globally. And now I want to give the floor to Georg to talk about and introduce Integrate. Please, Georg.
Okay, thank you. So the Integrate network was mentioned during today several times, and I am the current chairman of the network. The chairmanship changes every year in a rotation. What are the main goals of the network? The main goals are the promoting of biodiversity in managed forests, and the focus really lies on managed forests, and under the condition of climate change and all the associated challenges and impacts. Then the second main goal is supporting forest policy processes and their implementation. So also the European Commission is part of as member of the network, and of course also the policy makers and decision makers of the member countries. And the third pillar is the fostering the interaction between research, policy, practice, and society. So the network was founded officially established in 2016. The basis is a political commitment, the so-called Prague Declaration, which was strengthened by Germany and the Czech Republic, but also some other supporting countries. The network is financed by a multi-donor trust fund, and this multi-donor trust fund, all the member countries pay in, and there is a minimum contribution, but most countries pay a little bit more. And the European Forest Institute, which is here in Bonn, is really administrating the network and helping the chairman, and plays a very important role in this process. So there are 11 European countries plus 2 European Commission bodies, the DG Environment and the DG Agriculture, and our members or delegates are managers from forest enterprises, but also scientists and policymakers. I must say what is missing a little bit is the forest owners group, and they are specifically the small-scale forest owners. It would not be enough to get in the representatives of the main stakeholder organizations. It's very important also to, in such a network, to communicate on the same level with not only the managers of the forest enterprises, large-scale private forest enterprises, or also public enterprises, but because a very important part of biodiversity maintenance or use takes part in the small-scale private ownerships, and therefore it would be very important to have them in. But we try to introduce or to include those people in our meetings. For instance, in the next annual meeting, which will take part in Austria in a couple of weeks, I have invited small-scale forest owners, and not the representatives of the stakeholder organizations, but the people themselves who really work in the forest, to get knowledge from them and to get their traditional knowledge. There should be also a transformation not only from science to the ground, to those people who work in forests and also the forest owners, but also in the opposite way. It is really needed, in my opinion. Next slide, please. So how do we work? So there are different, of course, the meetings, which are the annual meetings once a year, but also countries organize regional or countryside meetings, and there's also a connection between all the members. And the second part is, or the second pillar is the publications. For instance, the book of Frank Krumm, and some policy briefs and some other publications are coming from the network. And a very important thing is the marteloscopes, where Andreas Schuck is really supporting the network and building up the network. And up to now we have about 230 marteloscopes. Marteloscopes are demonstration sites where you can learn and get experience in selecting trees and what happens after different treatment methods. And they are up to now really spread over whole Europe, and we have about 230 of them. And of course also the software behind, and is all the time we try to make it better and to get some new models in it. So this is the way we work in this network. Thank you.
Thank you,
for the
Georg.
moment.
So now that we have the chance to get to know more in details the work of the networks, I want to share with you that when I was briefing the speakers about the questions and the dynamic of the session, it was really interesting to see that they were sharing common challenges, but there was indeed not too much of this knowledge exchange. So I would like to take the following minutes for them to explain to us the main challenges that they face, but not only to share the frustrations, but also to bring into the table the conversation on what they have done to overcome those challenges. And for this, I would like Tony to start, please.
Yeah, before to answer, I had to start to add something in the first speech, because I have forgotten, in order to be quick, that our network, regional network, is a part of a global network. So, and the International Model Forest Network was born in Canada, and so the spread from there. And in now we have 65 model forests in the world in 34 countries. So just to specify this. Regarding the question, so Cecily, when asked to us to represent a slide, a picture which was able to represent in what way we are coming from the challenges that we have to face. I tried, but I was not able. So, because I'm here on behalf of different countries, different regions, different challenges. A lot of these are shared, but not all. And so I think that the best way is not to have a list of projects, but to share with you about what the different model forest works around the Mediterranean area, and maybe for other topics or issues, but in the rest of the world. And so this represented different kind of works that we are doing. Someone in 1 or 2 or 3 model forests, other ones in all the model forests, through European program or with specific resources and funds funded by each model forest and so on. But regarding the integrated forest management, I think that this list, and is not complete for sure, show to you in what way we are trying to work, because every one of these, because for instance we have landscape and forest restoration, and we are doing this in Morocco, in Paca, and other model forest, but the restoration, we mean the restoration in a way to merge the knowledge, the scientist knowledge. And so for this we collaborate with the universities and the research institute, but also to merge with the knowledge of the local people, or in some cases what more of you call back innovation. So to recover traditional way to manage the territory or the land in a new way, also providing by the new knowledge by the research. But every choice that and every project has the implication in the forest management, and so we have a different situation in the North bank of the basin, of the Mediterranean basin, and the south, for instance, because I completely agree with the slide of Teresa before in the previous session, where she showed how the problem in the Mediterranean area is the lack of management. We really don't have any kind of management. We have something in the public property, and years by year something more. But in Italy, in Spain, in Greece, we have a big problem regarding the capacity of the forest owners to know what's their role and their responsibility regarding the forest management. And so all the project of the model forest, for the reason that I said before, that the projects are designed in a place where you have every kind of categories, and you work with the different needs, not only with the forest owners or the farmers, which are always less of the other in number of the other people, of the other categories. And this is one point that we have to face. And what the big challenge is to make understandable what means manage the forest, because here it's easy to talk about forest management, but when we talk in a dinner with friends, maybe that every one of you happened, that we talk about forest management, people who has a high level of culture doesn't know anything regarding the forest management. So this is the first problem, and so the model forest and where the projects are designed, are built, is a place where different categories knows what's the work, the job of the forest owners, the forest manager, sometimes also the farmers, but this is the big challenge that we are not able to overcome completely, for sure, but each project that we are able to carry on is a success. So it is a reason because we are able to work in the last 32 years.
Absolutely. Getting a common understanding of the concepts is quite challenging. With my colleague Alex Jurka, I am part of the Transform It project, and also it was kind of a challenge to define what IFM is, what it means, and then to get one definition is a very tremendous work to do. And I also agree with you that it's a huge challenge, not only at the network. But now I want to hear from Tomasz. What happened at ProSilva? What is the main challenge that you perceive there? Do you also share the same as the one that Tony described?
Thank you. Hello? It's okay. Yes. One of my colleagues say we are not good talkers, we are not the good scientists, but we are not the policy makers, but we are the dot makers, because we are making daily the dots on the trees, and we are organizing daily, managing daily the logging operations. We sell the timber daily because this is only one source of our salaries, it's necessary to say, because the forestry is not subsidized like the agriculture in Europe. And our main challenge definitely is to share the experiences from close to nature, integrated forest management. The second, to spread it to our colleagues, because the conventional forestry is so far from Brussels regions, and we are the minority in the silviculture in Europe. So this is our big challenge, to ask the other conventional colleagues, foresters, to organize the training, like on the pictures, and to, at next main goal, for us is to organize the training for students, because this is the hope for the future forestry in Europe. So we organize the training courses for students. We have a good cooperation with Forestry Students Association, etc. And finally, we would like, because it is not fully developed in Silva, we would like to give stronger feedback to the science, to the policy, how it works in the close to nature forestry, because the reality is sometimes more hard than the discussion in the police, in the Brussels office. And so we invite we would like invite more the policymakers, scientists to give the feedback. Where are the limits? What are the limits of close to nature forestry? And of course, in opposite, to invite more the public, because it's you know, the public meaning about the forestry is changing so fast, and we would more times explain to the public the logging is not the crime. It's a necessary work for the future of the forests and foresters. So there are our challenges for the future.
Absolutely, it's important to also, it's like the €1 million question, how to engage the public, how to engage different sectors. And for the next minutes, I have the challenge for each of the speakers to explain very briefly the importance of working in networks in only 1 minute. How would you explain this, not to scientists, not to other peers, but to the civil society, to a representative from an NGO, and the journalist? What would you say, for example, Roland?
Well, I would ask them, are you sitting on a steel chair, on a plastic chair, or on a wooden chair? So if they say, I'm sitting on a wooden chair, and I like wood at home, I like a wooden building, and I would ask, so what's your idea? Where's the wood is coming from? Where are your mushrooms are coming from? Where's your water coming from? And they have to admit it's coming from the forest. It's not coming from somewhere, from somewhere, and somebody has to produce it. So just think about it. It's coming from the forest, and you need responsible people, you need responsible companies, you need responsible experts that are providing you with this product. And that's bioeconomy, that's forest-based bioeconomy. And they can be sure, all these experts, they can be sure that they provide with you these products on the best possible way. So you can trust them. Trust us, trust them, trust the people, and continue sitting on wood chairs and lying in wooden bedding and continue building wooden houses. That's what would it be my message to these people.
And what about you, Georg? 1 minute.
I understood the question, what is the benefit or how could you briefly explain a network, but not a specific network? And I thought about this, and I would say the network is for thinking outside of the box and for looking beyond the horizon, not to stay alone. This is a general definition, yeah? But as I understand now, you mean also the integrated network, and I think I would explain that there's a necessity really to look about biodiversity in the managed forests instead of selecting more and more protected areas, because we can probably make much more progress in the about 90% of forests which are managed, and not only selecting and putting away and leave for free development of protected areas.
That was more than 1 minute, but it was clear and precise. So now, let's go. What is the insights that you, Tony, can share, or would you share with the public in general about the importance of working in networks?
Yeah, and have to find another one because it's the similar. But anyway, I think that the network is a good way, and in two directions, because it's emotional, because the network allows to us to don't feel alone, to face the challenges, and is an important point. And an egoistic point is that make easier my job in my territory, because if I work with you, and so I know I share knowledge, and what you have already faced in the same challenges or similar challenges, make easier my job. And I would like to remember what a farmer said me a lot of years ago, and very, very simple concept, but I like a lot. And one added one gives three. And it's true.
True. Thomas?
So, you say for journalists, information for journalists. Okay. So we are the movement of foresters who daily change the state of the forests, and we hope we change it on the good way, because absolutely the main idea of Pro Silva and ANW was to use more natural power in the growth of forest, in the silviculture. It brings for us, of course, the less investment money into the process of growing, and it brings the better space for the nature, and this is the win-win strategy for forest, for society. And our idea is to bring our experiences to other conventional foresters, to change the mind. As in former discussion, somebody said the most complicated thing is to change the mind of conventional foresters. I can agree, because I have the same experience from very conservative state in forestry like is the Czech Republic. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I think that more than change the mind, it's important to improve, to increase the awareness regarding what happens around. No? So it's the same thing, but another way.
Does anyone else want to compliment what the others have said? Someone saying, yeah, I am more in the egoistic side, more emotional?
Yeah, no, because we need as a human being both, no? Because to have a gratification regarding our job, but also we have to make it more effective and more concrete. So for this, the egoistic is to have an exploitation of the experience, to copy my specific job, not like a secretary, but like forest manager in the public forest. I copy a lot of things. I implement a lot of things around Europe for the experience of other reality. And this is egoistic, by the way. So it's not egoistic, but it's a good way to implement the other experiences and share.
Egoistic for a good purpose, isn't it?
Yeah.
Great. So now the time is running. We are very limited in time, but I would like to hear from the public, the audience. If you have questions, please do so. Here down. Almost there.
Hi. Well, I'm Sara Uzquiano from European Forest Institute in Bonn. My question will be about how to expand. You were working about the great network that you have, and I would like to know also how you expand that. Like, I think that we tend to, as the nice example that Ceci was given at the beginning, that we tend to hear we don't have our teachers anymore to force us to work with the people that we don't like or we don't know. We tend to choose the people that we like or the people that we know. How do you do to expand that network and and go beyond?
I would say we try to, if I understand, to distribute the information and the connection and with other people as much as we can. And there are no really straight ways, but if somebody is interested, it's very important not to stay on this high level, the official level, but also to implement the information and the knowledge in local and in regional meetings, and because this is the goal of our network, to spread the knowledge about how to implement biodiversity in managed forests. Thank you.
Maybe that because in the audience there are other model forests and there is also the representative of the International Secretariat, but I think to spread the network for us is to share the example, the positive example in each model forest, no? Because the point is, for my first step was to see another model forest, to visit another model forest, and their experience, their way to work, and so with other colleagues we talk a lot because it's not so clear what was the model forest approach, but we work about the example, about the specific like forest workers training or the management of fire risk or a lot of things regarding forest specifically, but because I am forest engineer and I am aware about our residual role in the society, in what way we can arrive to reach the attention and the perception of the people, of the society, and in what way we can improve the balance between the rural areas and rural people and the urbanized people. And this is another challenge that we will try to win.
For us, it's different. My experience is in this moment, the ProSilva is extending continually. It's a very good message. 30 years ago, it was created 40–50% by scientists, owners, and it was the time when old practitioners started spreading the experiences after 30–40 years. And it's necessary to say, if we want for some conventional foresters to accept our way, like irregular forestry, this colleague have to see we have good results. And it comes after 30–40 years of conversion, not after 10. So in this moment, we have a lot of experienced people across Europe who have long-term experiences and results in the forest. And this extension in this moment goes step by step, neighbor to neighbor, because the neighbor, the conventional neighbor see, like the unconventional, the neighbor who practice irregular forestry 30 years, have better economical profit, better sustainability, etc. And we are open, so we invite this neighbor, come to me, and you can step by step learn this practice. And in this moment, if we have a lot of examples across Europe, the extension goes, I can't to say automatically, but without some advertisement, etc. Yeah? And this is for us like satisfaction after 30 years. I remember establishing the ProSilva Bohemica 95. It was 20 people like underground in the forestry, absolutely underground, like fools. Yeah? But in this moment we have 300 members. And every year comes the new foresters and ask for sharing the knowledges. experiences. This is our way.
And very briefly, because it's different for the bioregions network, because our partners are legal bodies and it's government funded. So we talk to the region, to people in the regions, of course. It's always a matter of personal contact, representatives of the regions where we talk to. We have to convince them that it's a benefit for their regions to join us. So it's a little bit different to my colleagues.
Thank you. I think we don't have too much time for another question. However, I want to highlight that we have talked about networks and people working together in groups, but it doesn't mean that between the networks there are still potential collaborations that they can explore. And that's why under the umbrella of Transform It, yesterday we had a side event called Network of the Networks. And for this I would like to wrap up the session by a short summary by my colleague Geshe, who will give us the summary of what happened in that session specifically. So Geshe?
Yeah. Sorry, it's me again. I'll make it really quick. What you can see here is a visual recording of the, and it's very unfortunate that Georg is not here anymore because he looks so elegant in the picture. So it is actually, it was a work coffee, and we invited stakeholders from diverse fields, forest owners, forest policymakers, nature conservation stakeholders, a journalist was there, and people from NGOs, as well as researchers. And the idea was really to discuss different ideas for engagement and to actually create empathy. So that's what we started with. And then we identified different challenges from different perspectives, and also I can see it here, that's much better. And also explored how collaboration can really look like, and the World Café is of course a really nice format for that. Here you can see some examples, and the idea to have this visual recording is to kind of add another layer of interpretation and something that is a kind of takeaway message, and we will definitely use that in Transform It. And the idea behind this network of network meeting, which is a really fancy title, and you know we have to come up with these fancy titles in proposals, but the idea was really to bring representatives of networks together to have this multiplying effect. And I think the kind of the one thing that was different to other events was that we started with creating empathy. And that is kind of, for us, the starting point for any type of collaboration. And here you can see the media and society perspective. We can also share those. We will certainly share those through the Transform It channel, so you can get access to them. And then finally, we asked in the fourth round of the World Café, we asked the participants, how can you imagine to collaborate? What would make a network of networks, a stakeholder engagement hub, valuable for you? And what was mentioned was, of course, knowledge exchange. This is what that's all what was also mentioned on the panel. What was mentioned was the fact that people kind of go beyond their comfort zone and that they learn about other methods, and also other types of perspectives. What was mentioned was that they would like to meet more in the forest, and that was also mentioned quite often today, that even what Stephen said, the forest as a kind of neutral stakeholder where you can meet and exchange and really discuss things in the site. And yeah, and then we had this idea so the idea was to co-create this network, and we will have follow up on that. We will see how it looks like, but it was a really good starting point to engage and also to kind of extend our comfort zone a little bit. Yeah, that was all from my side. Now it's Bernhard's job to wrap it up. And then I have a final organizational announcement. But I think before I do that, I want to ask first Sassy to, or should I sing? Yes, exactly. An applause for the panelists and an applause for Sassy. who made us all wake up, although we were like having a really long day.
So,
this slide, right? It looks nice.
Yeah, you can keep it. So you will have Gesche back in a minute, so I won't torture you now for 45 minutes, but just a few thoughts at the end of the meeting. I think it was a long day, a long week so far, but it's not over. Yeah, we had a little bit of a downer during our scientific seminar. This was the statement by Maria Patek, so nobody knows IFM, so I thought, okay, right. But I think we did well in overcoming this notion. I think it was not 100% serious, but it was just an observation. And I think that was a common observation that, of course, there's a lot of concepts floating around out there. And I think we found common agreement that IFM is not something that is a new concept that wants to push away other things, but it's but one avenue towards the umbrella goal of sustainable forest management. And it's a very practical tool, as we've seen, as perceived by different communities. So I also like the idea that IFM might be a tool to actively address trade-offs and manage trade-offs. I mean, the trade-off thought is quite common now in all our aspects dealing with forests. So it's not just about identifying and discussing trade-offs, but really actively managing this. So this leads us then to the discussion of scale. I think important issue where we've also started the thinking about how to move away maybe from a very small scale towards a landscape scale and really try to find a proper scaling where these trade-offs then can actively be managed. I think it also became clear that IFM is a very lively concept, which means not only writing papers and books, while Frank's book was, of course, highly praised, but it's also a concept that needs to demonstrate, to coordinate, to communicate. So it's not a theoretical ivory tower concept, it's something that is very much hands-on, and I think this is the beauty also, to bring these different components together, because it's very important to have IFM as an instrument for motivation, in particular nowadays with a diversified forest owner structure, and to motivate for an active and adaptive forest management, which is not an easy task. So this is something completely different than just doing a traditional forest management, while we also heard that traditions are really worthwhile hearing, and we see how to make a compound of traditional and innovative approaches here. So we see that I think IFM can be understood as a sort of family of biodiversity-friendly concepts. So no need to create new bubbles, but I think the idea of this, and also now with bringing the networks together, was how to see what is the family and where we can create synergies, where we have common ideas, maybe where the differences, that's also fair. But I think this is a very strong notion that should be a summary also of this scientific seminar. And what this means is, of course, to build a community, and I think I like the expression that to build a community of change. So we heard also that it's a difficult task to change mindsets, to change attitudes. So a community of change could be a central element also in IFM. Yeah, we heard the coordination aspect is important. So this is also where the networks come in, and I do think that one of the most important elements is that we always need multipliers. So we are, of course, already a strong community here, and we always need multipliers, and that's one of the reasons why we go in networks, why we go outside to the forest, why we go to the policy arena, why we go to the scientists. So, and we need multipliers, and this maybe also answers the question how to expand. So it's not only to expand the singular networks, but the whole idea. Important, explain how to do it. So the how, I think, is very much in the center, so it's not a theory, but really demonstrate how it works. And then in the second step, we can also explain why it works. Very important also to keep up the momentum, keep up the motivation for a practice of change. Good. To come to a summary, so we've seen that integrative or integrated forest management, however we may call it, I think Jürgen made it clear that these are two components of one path, is something that has to show what we have in common and not so much what is different. And I think this is exactly what the integrative approach means. So it's on the one hand doing this integration of biodiversity and forest management out in the forest, but also bringing people together. So this is not to be done in a vacuum. This is something that has very strongly to do with a community with people, with managers and other experts. And this is, I think, the utter means to build trust, because in the end, when we want to change something or adapt something, this needs a lot of trust, maybe much more than we anticipate, because changing is much more difficult than doing business as usual. It's coming to an end. I think we heard it from all communities, inclusive the arts discussions. We had no sofa, but we call it a couch discussion. So I think the point was to have a physical space. This is even the more important after the COVID lockdowns, where we all just sat in front of our computers. So integrated forest management requires a physical space. And whether we call it, like it was yesterday mentioned, a living hub, which means, okay, we live outside. So a hub is not only a virtual platform, but really something where we can come together and exchange. Or whether we call it a campfire romantic, so this doesn't really matter so much. But this is important that we regularly come together, and I think I see a lot of synergies also among the different networks. I think this is important that this exchange happens. And one last point is, of course, the integrative approach stands really for bringing these different communities together, so that we're not talking always to the same people, but bring together these different perspectives, and ideally also out there in the forest. So I think this is also then the link that we are not finished yet, because we still have the excursion tomorrow. So let's also enjoy this. I think we had a perfect week, and I would very much like you to thank you for your attention. It's been a long day. And I think apart from a little announcement from Gesche, so one last, I guess, we are more or less to close the session. Many thanks, and see you.
Yeah, just two very quick things. The ones who go on the sightseeing walk through Bonn with music samples tonight, you will meet at 6 o'clock at Sterntor. And Sterntor, I cannot explain you how to get here. I think you have to use Google Maps, but it is in the city center, and it's not so far from the old city hall where we had the reception on Tuesday. So have fun there. I'm sure it's going to be